People saying like, oh, I feel so bad that like people are falling for this, but quite frankly, I'm like, are you guys not teaching the older people in your lives about this AI stuff? Like, there needs to be more education surrounding this, because even though it is funny to see old people believe that Jesus is coming back because of an AI post, or sometimes it is genuinely funny to see old people think that stuff like this is real.
Made it with my own hands. Amen, 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 amen. Amen. Praise the Lord Jesus Christ.
The truth is that this can lead to really horrible, catastrophic events for our society. This is why a lot of people believe fake news, fake facts, get scammed constantly, and so many other things, because no one is talking about the dangers surrounding AI and how accessible it is to literally anyone with a phone. What happened to going to the library? What happened to reading a book based off of the topic that you're interested in? All of that is gonna become obsolete because you can just ask ChatGPT about whatever, whenever, about whatever. And I think to an extent that is really cool. I think it's insane the amount of innovation humans can create when we come together. But I've said this before, too much of anything can be a bad thing, and at this point in society there is already the overuse of AI in commercials, in products, in art, in TV shows. All these things is just way too much. Have you guys seen people posting the AI gift bags at Walmart and stuff? Why do these reindeers have like 10 legs? And the worst part is that it's so obvious. I think everything requires a balance, so I do think that it can be useful for like meal planning and stuff like that, but let's be so for real, at this point in some cases it has gone way too far. I think the most recent thing that has happened is like people have been falling for this TikTok shop crystal mug, which it's supposedly like this mug made out of pure like crystal quartz that you can drink out of, and it looks very obviously fake, but so many people fell for it. And then this was the real cup that was being delivered to people, which I'm like, girl, how did you fall for that? And now they're ending up in Goodwill by the dozens because it's so ugly, but it just goes to show that
I
AI
love
is
watching
also
YouTube
draining
and like
people's
the most
pockets.
random
And I am
YouTube
glad that there is a
bullshit.
serious tone around it,
Right now I
at
have
least
a
for the
YouTube
people in
video
my
going.
generation, where we're a lot more like aware of the dangers
trying
about
to just
it. But sometimes y'all
I'm
also
only gonna
do way
do
too
streaming,
much. I
or I'm
remember
only
this
gonna
one
watch my
time
YouTube.
when the
I'm gonna
Five
do
Nights at
both,
Freddy's movie
and you're
came
gonna watch
out.
with
I
me if
shared
you
a
want to.
meme of
It's
me and the
gonna
girl
be
showing up to the
chaotic
Five Nights
and
at Freddy's
ultimate brain
movie,
rot,
and it was like a girl version
but
of
it's gonna
Freddy
be
with big
great.
tetas.
We'll
And I
have
thought
to
it was
do New
hella
Year's,
funny,
and
and
I'll
so I
probably
shared
turn
it
off
with
at
y'all
some
because y'all
point,
know that I
but,
love Five Nights at Freddy's. And literally
I'm
everyone in the
vlogging.
comments were
I'll probably
like,
have it on.
guys,
So just give me a second, I'll get
I
that
can't
up on the
believe
screen.
Salem supports AI. She's basically Grimes and Elon Musk at this point. Salem believes in cybernetic organisms, and she's gonna marry a robot. I heard her say it. It was just a Five Nights at Freddy's meme, y'all. With big titties, like, let's calm down. Let's calm down. Put that energy into actually canceling other people who deserve it, bruh. Or who are actually actively harming society. Like, convincing y'all's grandparents that stuff like this is real.
And their posts that already weren't believable are now completely insane, like Crab Jesus.
The next thing we need to leave in 2024 is...
Non-Brits will never understand how good this is. So as somebody who identifies as a non-Brit, you are absolutely right. I don't understand how good this is, and I don't think I want to understand it. If I were to go to the UK tomorrow and I wanted to order this, what would I ask for? Cat vomit?
You know what else is a detriment to society that no one talks about? British food. Look, y'all, I feel like I'm already getting canceled in this video. Let me talk. Not only are these things that we need to leave in 2024, but there's also an unpopular opinions. Okay, let me cook, but don't let the British cook, because what is this?
So let's go in with some of these chips. Of course, we have the curry sauce, and I'm going to put that on top of the chips. There we go. I'll show you in the flash.
Look how she ate that.
Look, I love my British people, you know, shout out to my British friends online. I love y'all, chip chip cheerio, you know. I love watching Love Island UK. I get down with it, you know, I get down with it. All started when British people were making fun of Americans for like having violence in their schools, which first of all is not funny. And then Americans rebutted back.
I don't know if this is gonna work.
At least
we're gonna find out.
British people started to double down, and they were like,
Can
oh, so y'all want to play
handle it.
that? So y'all want to play that game? We gonna make fun of how y'all are some fat fucks in America, how y'all eat
put it up there.
deep fried triple cheese baconator burgers. So they started dragging us because
We'll
low-key
hide it
we
for
do
the
be eating
vertical.
like that. I mean, just look at this.
This is so
Spooky season,
stupid.
Bookies. We have orange coated Chipotle, a burrito, in a bowl. And we save up Doritos, and of course you
Yeah, alright.
fucking pickle. Look how she ate that.
Y'all make us look bad. But then the American side of TikTok were like, hold up, the only reason why we can eat like that is because we would rather eat a triple chunk deep fried Chipotle burrito versus your guys' war food. I am a
Yeah.
spectator in all this, okay? I
Yeah,
don't
this
involve
works.
myself
This is
in
dumb
any
as
of
hell,
this, okay? I
but it
thoroughly
works.
enjoy
Welcome-
when the
welcome
UK
to the
drags
show.
Americans, and I thoroughly enjoy when Americans drag the UK. I'm not saying I'm picking any sides, y'all, because I'm not gonna lie, they be
Alright.
eating each other up. Where y'all lose me at is this.
This is another one of my go-to orders from the fish and chip shop.
Oh, some
Bread
mushy
back
peas.
with butter, mushy peas, chips with lashings of salt and vinegar, fish cake, curry sauce.
I'll never understand
Alright,
why
I
British
hate
people have to eat like
fish.
they're still in the war.
Like, what is this, bro? This looks like food from the chum bucket. To love food, to know food is an art, okay? But I swear, British food disrespects all cultures by just existing. How is fries on top of noodles Chinese food? Also, why do you guys say y'all have a Chinese or an Indian when you get Chinese or Indian food?
Order Chinese.
I've got a Chinese.
We've ordered a Chinese.
I find that very strange
That is
because
strange.
to me, when I hear
I've
I
never
just
heard
got
that
an
before.
Indian, got a Chinese, for me that doesn't register in my brain that you guys got food. That just sounds like you have someone held hostage.
Yeah, yes, it sounds
Please
like you-
let my Chinese and Indian people free, please. Perhaps it's the colonization jumping out and then jumping
is,
in.
it
But hey,
is,
all
a
I
little
gotta
bit.
say is the reason why Americans tend to be, you know, bigger backed or whatever is truly because we have a wider range of cultures and we have all types of food. One of my
Yeah, we do.
favorite types of food is Jordanian food, actually. Mediterranean food, like I'm about to eat that up. But I've never ever heard in my life someone say, let's go get some British food. Never in my life, I fear. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Y'all's tea and desserts be eating, okay? Y'all are
Fish
oh
and
my,
chips is fine. I like as
each
a
time,
concept,
but
it's
perhaps
fine.
maybe
But
the forte
beyond
is not
that-
actual edible food. You know what I mean?
Maybe-
so
maybe
in
curry.
2025, y'all need to just
First
accept
curry
the
is
L.
fine.
I mean, you know it's bad when there are TV shows and content dedicated to exposing British people to American food, and the British people be on the verge of tears because there's actual flavor and spices in their food.
Alright, we've got the Panda Express. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Are you lying? Are you lying? I don't know how to feel. Oh my fucking god. I could cry, it's not nice.
Like our food be hitting, it's hitting. I'm sure that there's also amazing British food out there, but we're gonna leave stuff like this behind in 2024 for the sake of all of us, okay? And for the sake of our stomachs. The last thing that I think that we need to leave in 2024 is Ash Trevino.
She's like, when you find out
God, I
Trevino's
hate this,
in El
this
Paso,
bitch.
I'm in
She's
El
so
Paso
annoying.
and I'm gonna fuck your baby daddy.
And she's
What are you gonna do?
an awful
If you
mother.
think she's tougher.
Now y'all know I already made a huge deep dive on Ash Trevino. So if y'all don't know who I'm talking about, first of all, thank God you don't. But also second, you probably should, because she is invading everyone's lives right now. This is the last video I made about her. Go ahead and watch it because it is absolutely insane. But not only Ash Trevino, people like Tofia Chu.
I'm gonna start taking matters into my own hands. And if someone happens to, you know, have something happen to them where, you know,
hell?
they better make sure they have life insurance.
What
That's
the
all I'm
shit?
gonna say, because I have a right to self-defense.
From
and the
what?
the next time you end up anywhere where I'm at, that'll be the last time you ever end up anywhere.
How do I even start to describe people like Ash Trevino and
Fine,
Tofia
you
Chu
ever
and all
end
these
up
things?
anywhere.
People do consider them lol cows. Ash Trevino is like someone who's like really big on TikTok for literally all the wrong reasons. The content originated as her bragging about
a
being an
lady.
inmate hopper.
I'm an inmate hopper, of course I am. And guess what? If your boyfriend was in prison, I'd take him too, baby. I would. Trust me.
And it has progressively gotten downhill from there. Fast, may I add, because now she's crying on live over a 19-year-old boy not wanting to spend Christmas with her, even though she's like 35 and has 5 kids.
Bro, I fucking hate him.
That thing is embarrassing.
Look, she's crying. Do you hear her crying? Like we care. I don't give a.
And also, the 19-year-old was her daughter's crush.
No.
Can y'all believe she almost has 1 million followers? They complain about her, yet constantly give her so much attention. It's crazy. Even
Yeah, we need to
after
stop
seeing
giving people
stuff
that
like
attention.
this.
Look what I have charging.
Oh, you don't need that when you have me.
I need it for tonight though.
That is disgusting.
If I had to see it, you did too, okay? And I understand it's super addicting to follow people like this on social
is a little
media,
bit.
like
Yeah, I agree.
Astruvino, people who are just messes in general, even people like Tofia Chu, which if you guys don't know who that is a whole nother video that I'm actually gonna come out with the next time that I upload, which is gonna be like 2 weeks from now. I have family flying in for New Year's, so I am gonna take the next 2 weeks off, but when I come back, I'm gonna come back with a huge deep dive on Tofia Chu, because just like Astruvino,
how people feel about that, but I just go live and try to have normal lives, and they
Oh, hell no.
No, Tofia, you don't watch your live. Well, you lying to us like we.
I don't even know how to describe where to start. A lot of these people
That
are
looks like
considered
quite the
low
train wreck.
cows. And if you guys don't know what a low cow is, it's basically people like Gabby Hanna, Nikocado Avocado, Amberlyn Reed, Daniel Larson, and also Astruvino and Tofia Chu. And basically a low cow is an individual or group of people whose behavior or personality is so abnormal, outrageous, stupid, that the amount
why'd they
of
go off?
lulls that you get from them is like milking a cow basically.
go.
So therefore they are low cows, which the
Red
whole
up in this
morality behind low
bitch!
cows,
Let's go!
I can't get 100% behind, because many times a lot of these people are just clearly mentally ill, overweight, or deemed as
Mentally.
not attracted by society, so therefore haha, point and laugh at them. But
And that's
many
not
times a lot of these people, especially like Tofia Chu and Astruvino, genuinely are just
Travel into the
so
sepulcher.
baffling to hear.
Sir, we are not doing this today. But since we are here, I decided to give you 3 really good reasons why I'd make a good girlfriend. Numero uno, I can cook. Next, what you're going to do is add your ice to the cup. Now, let's add 1 cup of Mountain Dew. Now we're going to add 1 cup of Mountain Dew. Now we're going to add 1/2 cup of Sprite. Now it's time to mix. Have a sip. 10 out of 10.
Look how she ate that.
And the worst part is that they never want to get off the internet, but then complain about getting hate on the internet. Like, girl, choose a struggle. People become so obsessed with these people that it like consumes their daily lives because they're such a mess and stuff. And people like Astruvino and Tofia Chu know this, but again, they don't care because to them, they mistake it for them being famous. I'm genuinely shook, okay, at the crazy things people like these TikTok creators have said and gone through and done, that I understand why people watch. But what people don't understand is like the more that we watch them and stuff, the more we enable them, especially people who actually give them money. Like, that is so crazy to me that people actually give their hard-earned cash.
I am
to
now.
people
I am
like
pushing the
Astruvino,
limits. I
who
am
does stuff like this.
multi-streaming to 3 platforms.
Hold on, guys. Let me take a picture and catfish
I
somebody. Hold on.
am.
I got a catfish. Hold on.
And people like Tofia
I
Chu
am
who does
watching
stuff like
YouTube.
this.
I'm streaming
I really good at
YouTube.
job. I enjoy my job. I already have.
Son
so
of
I don't need to
Aragol,
go
where's
work
that?
a 9 to 5 job when I enjoy what I
No,
do.
seriously. Oh,
Because
there
I
it
receive
is.
packages like this.
And the worst part is when
Can
you
I
do
s-
call
can I
them out on their
snag?
behavior, they just
Nope.
do not
It's too
want to
close.
admit it. They can't acknowledge it.
Too
They don't
close.
care. They just keep doing the same things over and over and over again and getting the same miserable outcome, and then they blame us for it. I think the most triggering thing about this is because I swear I know people like this in real life, where they create all these problems for themselves, but for some reason they don't see that and instead blame everyone else around them. That it's actually
it's
just
10.
ridiculous.
That's worth the risk.
But not only
It's worth
that,
it.
these are people who are addicted to creating drama for views, for attention,
All right, we get
for
the fuck
money.
out.
And they are addicted to people talking about them, being in drama, being in chisme, creating gossip, and just having these chaotic lives that it's like, girl, how do you not get tired of living like that? Like, how are you so addicted to being on TikTok live that your own children yell at you to get off your phone?
It's pretty bad.
we need to get off soon, okay? You're saying stuff that people don't need to know.
Okay, well.
And honestly, I think people like Astrovino need to get off their phone and touch grass and spend time with their kids. And quite frankly, I think lots of people need to hear that advice. In general, in 2024, we are going to be leaving behind all the chisme, all the drama, all the gossip, all the toxicity. We are cutting off people who bring that energy into our lives. We are going for good vibes this year. We're going for personal growth. And truly, that is the one thing that we need to bring into 2025 and leave in 2024, which is basically doing the opposite of everything Astrovino does. I don't want you guys to end up like that, okay? I want the best for you guys. I want you guys to choose peace, okay? And surprisingly, it is not that hard, y'all. Definitely prioritize your guys' selves this coming year. Choose things that make you happy, healthy, and make you a better person instead of doing stuff like this.
Why was his friend that owns the shoe store flirting with me? He was like, what's your number?
He asked you for your number?
And then he texted me like when he was with his family. And I'm like,
not his wife and kids. No, we
That's
respect
gross.
wives and children's, Ashley, right?
What now?
Yes, 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 we do. We respect wives and children's.
do they respect me? I wish I had like a friend or like a cousin to call and be like, hey, can you come check this out for me? Hey, can you come do this for me? I don't have that. I did not want to come on live to do this.
Yeah, that's your own fault, lady.
I don't give a
You dumb bitch.
Alright guys, that is it for our 2024 wrap up. Thank God this year's ending because girl, I'm done with this year. I'm ready to call it a day. I'm ready to call it a year. I'm ready to wrap this up. We want to really start the new year off with no drama, especially behind the camera, beyond the YouTube, beyond the TikToks and all that type of stuff. Even though there was a lot of drama and crazy stuff this year, overall this year was really good, especially for me in my personal life. I was able to do a lot of fun things like going to see the Living Tombstone live. I went to a lot of concerts like Charlie XCX, spent lots of time with my family. My sister had her baby, which makes me an auntie all over again, and I'm really excited for that, which has been really amazing. My YouTube did amazing this year, and I could not thank you guys enough for that. I think it's so crazy that I've been doing this for almost 5 years, and you guys are still watching me, supporting me, loving me, dragging me. Except I don't like that one that much, but it is what it is. I am ending this year with so much gratefulness in my heart. Not only the people in my life, my partner, my loved ones, my friends. I always am hoping for the absolute best for you guys. I am manifesting success for you guys in 2025. I am manifesting success in your guys' jobs, in your education, in your relationships. I want to see y'all thrive. I am going to be manifesting that for you guys. Y'all will have some bad days, but I pray that you guys get up, continue on, and are motivated to get what you want because you deserve it. And so we end the year with one more request, which is to like and subscribe. Click the notification bell by my YouTube name so you're notified for my next video, which will be the first video of 2025, and I would love to see you guys there within the new year. Join my neighborhood and let's have another amazing year together. And of course, if you watched this entire video up to the very end, comment down the very last duck emoji of the year down below so that I know that you guys watched the entire thing, and you will get
something
some
where I
extra
don't
brownie
need
points. Comment
the
down
video playing at the same time. Oh. Okay. Coming out, that's cool. Circle iceberg. No, I want to watch another Wendigood video. Ooh, no, we're gonna watch
Have you
this
ever
in the
wondered
background.
what random or weird games are lying in the deepest parts of Steam, but you only had $1 to spend? Maybe you search and find a game that you really like at a good price. Welcome to Games on a Budget, or as we better know it as, Go. Day 3 of Go-Miss. If it's a little late, don't comment. It helps me. Thank you guys for voting.
Comment, it helps.
I probably shouldn't have put the last option.
Alright, so what this guy does,
I don't
he
know what
does,
this means, man. We're gonna use the number generator.
reviews,
How much are we
he'll
spending?
play,
Let's go
pick
for
out
2024.
random
89
games under like
Hopefully
$2
that's many options.
and
I hate
review 'em.
picking.
It's
I mean, the bog
super
always
simple.
speaks through me. I don't
He's
never
a small,
have trouble
small
deciding.
creator, and I am here for the content. I kind of love the format.
89 Skater Gator Project Snowblind Penguins Arena. That looks like Mario, doesn't it? Demetrios. Real scary. What? is this? Are these recorded videos? Stop. Oh my god. Was this a school project? What? Bro, actually use this house. Look at that. I'm just waiting for this to pop up. This kind of reminds me of Goosebumps. Remember the old Goosebumps show?
It does a little bit.
Oh my god, close the door. Open the door. Oh my god, somebody gotta do laundry. Oh my god, bro, got an axe? What the fuck? Dude. Oh, this cannot be the last goob, I'm sorry. Only up girl? Okay, it's been a little bit. I'm gonna do RPG, 89 cents, and we'll do that. RimWorld Survival? Okay, we have to do this. RimWorld is a survival adventure game in which you could build your home, create your character, and shape it to your liking. You could become a warrior, a hunter, even a magician. You may be halfway between a hunter and a magic, like you want. What? There's a space between this period.
Yeah,
RimWorld Survival, the last goob of 2024.
Maybe I'll do some
Oh
fishing
man,
a
this
little
could
bit later.
actually be an insane game. We learned last go, our PC isn't too crazy. So we'll go medium on the shadows. Ampersand is hotbar 1. Why can't you just do 1 through 5? Hyphen, apostrophe? What are these settings? RimWorld Survival. Let's do single player. Whoa, shit. Damn. Hello, guy. Strength? Cool, character points. I think we should go... Let's go agility. Let's go luck. Cosmetics. Can I change cosmetics? I don't think I could change cosmetics. Alright, start game. Woohoo!
Boom, boom.
Wow. Giant mushrooms. There's a fox over there. Whoa, dude, freaky. First steps, collect stones. 3 of them, craft and equip sharp stone. I just walk over it, or do I have to... Hey! Attack. Oh, man. Why does the fist swing past my shoulder? I punch my own shoulder. Yo! What is this spread? Look at this. What is... He's so sassy with it. Go, inventory. Sharpstone for harvesting resources. Bam. Crafted it. It's gonna change. I don't know why the hotbar is this. 3, 4. Let's get some tree. Let's get some wood right now. Collect wood, 10 of it. Trees in. Oh, there we go. Jeez. Can we make fiber? Did I collect? Oh, we got some red flowers. Cabbage seed.
Quasi-moo-moo.
Sharpstone. You know the sharpstone. Collect cloth. Collect cloth? Where would that be? Maybe in the village? Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna go turn this in and go make
This is just
drink.
lagging in general. I think it's my PC. I don't think it... Let's try low on everything. I think this is just... It's gonna have to be. It's a big fucking chicken, dude. What? Yo! Let's see how we run with a rock. Oh, still sassy. Look, he's so sassy. Alright, what is going on with that? Oh, dude, that looks so weird. Yeah. There's a fucking volcano. Tree of life. Alright. Let's get sassy in the village. Hopefully nothing attacks us. Hello? Don't mind me, just a naked man with a sharp stone. Can we go in here? Hello? Nobody's home. This is weird. Is there a world in the well? That'd be crazy. What is E to well? Oh, there's a water jar in there. Oh, we can craft it? Oh, we could fill it up. I'm stupid. Okay. You get these barrels. Can't tell if it's working. The tree took a while. Let's count as cloth. We just vandalized this town as a naked guy with a stone. Let's get out of here. You gotta be able to craft the cloth, right? Owl and cloak. Cloth bag? Oh, I just need more fiber. Go get some more fiber. Stay away from the giant chicken. Guess we gotta get about like flower patch. There we go. Boom. Cloth. Here we go. Alright, we need 2 of these. Boom. Now what? Craft some hatchet, stone hatchet, and stone pickaxe. Sharp stone, 5 wood. Boom. Do not have enough? Yeah, we definitely got enough. Where can I craft it be? Oh, I need sharp. No, I have sharp stone. Maybe I need a non-damaged sharp stone. Hold on, am I cooking? I'm cooking. I'm so smart. There we go. Alright. Quest for steps updated. Craft and place a campfire. What the fuck? Did a bow pop out of this tree? Hello? What? How does that work? Why is there's a bone? Bone leg? Leg bone. Got a wooden club. Hello? Why is this tree just pooping out tools? What the fuck? Oh, is that my luck? My luck's insane. What? Fucking a sword and a bow and a club? Luck aspects broken. Holy dude, look at all this stuff that bought. This is OP. God damn it, I can't pick it up. Oh. My inventory spit. What the fuck? Look at this. This is crazy. Damage plus 18. What? The bone leg's better than the sword? Is that what you're telling me? Oh my god, they're almost exactly the same. No, they are the same. The bone leg is actually better durability. How does that work? Well, guess we're going bone leg then. How do I drop stuff? Coconut. Hey. Alright, how do I drop things? Oh my god, no way. No. Oh, there we go. I was about to say, dude. I was like, am I stuck with these? What's in my inventory? Alright, let's throw away the cabbage seed and the sharp rock. Curved sword. Alright, bone's better. Alright, let's see what kind of luck we can get hitting a rock. Oh my god. What are these run animations? Okay, is this not a breakable rock? Let's try this one. We run like the things in Attack on Titan. What the hell is this? What is this? Whoa! It's kind of sick. Let's cop it. What is that? Oh, flint. Yeah, let me get some of that. Start building what the things suggest then. Wood. Campfire. Ooh, let me get a workbench. Maybe we should go back to the village. Is it just the trees that poop out stuff? Why? Why is the luck factor so crazy? Alright, I'm going to the pulsating black mushroom. Insane sentence. Insane sentence. Dude, why is it moving like this? Campfire. Oh, are you kidding me? We're the best. Can we cook the coconut? Coconut strong, quenches thirst. Decay time. Oh shit. Maybe we should just eat the coconut. Oh, we burned our coconut. Oh no. We spoiled the coconut. There goes that. Collect coconut to collect raw crab meat? There's crabs in this game? Let's go get the coconuts real quick. Actually gonna make a campfire over here as well. Maybe we'll visit the village again later. Gotta find some crabs. That mean we need a beach? Crabs, hello? Oh, there they are. Hey! Hello, crabs. You can grab the crab. What? Oh, we don't even have to kill them. We can just grab them. Oh, what pacifistic animals. Got the crab meat for real. Get some coconuts along with 20 million weapons that pop out for some reason. Why are there so many? Collect cooked crab meat. Ooh, look at this character tree. Skill points, magic level. Eat coconut.
There we go.
Eat cooked crab meat. I don't know. How do I eat it? Would I just reach into my ass? 30 fiber, collect wood, collect cloth. Let's make some more cloth. 3 cloth. Hey, this rock regenerated. There's a lot of unique things. Like there's weird pulsating black mushroom, volcano, crystal tree, evergreen. Honestly, a lot of phallic shapes for some reason. How do you not look at that? Craft and equipped wooden hat? A wooden hat? A key. Look at all the stuff they have. Starfish axe. Oh my god, I need that. What? Bone crossbow? What are these weapons? Ooh, backpack might be sick. Craft and equipped wooden hat? I don't even know where that is. It's not in the armor stuff. Town belt. Let's make the workbench. See if we can make stuff with that. Hello, crab. I like him. Oh shit, he's dancing on him. Bench, boom. Fridge, press barrel, totem, bed. Wow, chemical, cauldron, simple chest. Oh my god, there's guns. Long rifle, look at the bottle. Has the scope, that's funny. Grenade launcher, hello? What? I don't think this wooden hat exists. Bruh. Rope pants? Is it just like what's in here, but they're labeled wrong? Alright, let's just try that. Let's just try making this stuff. Ooh, what a majestic waterfall. Hello, crabs. I want to explore, I just don't want to die, you know? Oh no, my crab meat's spoiled. No. No. Right, let's eat this one before it spoils. Let's make some of this cloth stuff.
Hello. Hey. Happy almost New Year. Nice round. I'm on the East Coast again. Last time I celebrated New Year, I was
how do I equip it?
out in
bam, hat, pants. Oh, what the fuck, dude?
I have the first
Dude, I look like a stripper.
on with the rest of
What? I got like
mainstream America.
Why? Alright.
East Coast, West
This is
Coast?
insane.
Yeah,
Did not expect this in the game. Maybe we should try to kill something now. Get some leather. What is this thing? It's a fox. Try to kill that. What's up, bitch? Oh, oh. Hey.
Ooh,
combat's not bad. Raw meat, some bones.
Get fucked.
And hide. That's good. Shit, you think we can take the pig on? It's Conan. Yo, chill. Oh, fuck. Can we just round him? Round him out? Oh. We got the range on his ass. Easy. Bozo. Oh, we can block. There's a blocking aspect too. That's cool. Damn, this motherfucker's massive. Oh. Why does he run like that? Love ragdoll. So funny. Alright, go back to the workbench. We've acquired things. Gotta get some coconuts too. For a little water. Dude, I don't know how to grab the wood net. That is not a thing. Alright, let's make a jacket. Make this stuff. Make all the town things. Maybe they'll come out if I'm wearing the attire. Make a chest too. Put our hat in there. Our pirate hat and stuff. Hey. Look at that. We're the best. Alright, what? Why do we become bald when I put the shirt on? Look at this. What? Magical cloth. Shit, we look kind of snazzy though. Alright, we're off to our journey. Let's go. Let's go towards Blue Mushroom. That looks cool. To the Blue Mushroom. Shit, what the hell is that? Like a tiger? Where are the arrows? Flint arrow. Damn, I need 5 flint for 1 arrow? Oh, what? Oh, it's 5 arrows, yeah. Try the arrows out. Damn. Oh shit, this thing's about to get it. Damn. Oh, got his ass. Oh shit. Oh, what? Oh! Oh, it blinked. Ew. Ew, dude, the dead body's blinking. Tree spawn in the mushroom. What does giant blue mushroom do? Yo, why is the sheep twerking over there? Do you see that? What is happening to bro? Can we headshot this bitch?
Got him.
Oh, shit. Got his ass, bro. He's still twerking. It's like a house over here. Let's go to that. Castle? Castle guarded by giant orange cat. 2 of them. We got 1 arrow left. 1 arrow left. We can handle this guy. No problem. Oh shit, he didn't die. Okay. L enemy. Just gonna leave that guy alone. Whoa. It's like a magic door. Weird little lines to it. We need to level up before going in here. Use the portal. Okay. Whoa. What the fuck? Oh, I'm on the mountain up here. Let's go see what's over here. Whoa, dude. Look at this guy. Hello. Oh, shit. Skeleton man. Learn from your mistakes. Banana. He was holding a banana. Yellow bandana. Bandana with a banana. Ooh, and a simple jar. That'd be nice. And iron ore. We've become banana man. It's like a little dungeon part. What does this guy have? Rum! Oh shit. Bro knows how to party. Let's drink the rum. Does it give us... Well, it gives us the opposite of water, but... Oh, nope. We're good. We need to make a lock or something in order to open this.
We made it.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Does this work? Oh yeah. There we go.
Turn this in.
Bam. Got a water jar. Hey. Kind of open this chest. Gotta be like make that lock part for that thing. A key. Oh, but I need iron ingot. Let's see if we can make a furnace real quick. We've conquered the dungeon. 10 stone, 5 flint, 20 wood, 30 iron ore. Damn, I don't have enough. You seem like they give iron ore. There we go. Oh man, is the best. Oh shit, they revive. Oh, can we get red bandana? Oh, he blocked my attack. I spawned with red bandana. We can't get red bandana. Boo. Damn. They pumping it.
Be careful, because he will be in this barn.
Use my fist by accident. Oh shit.
Oh, Quasi.
What is this? Ancient knowledge. A clay tab that contains useful information. What do I do with that? Okay, we can finally make a lockpick, right? Craft one of those. Should be able to open this. Where did my think go? We will try to make it again. Nope, guess it doesn't work. Alright. What can we do with these iron ingots? Make a better weapon, right? Make a sword, a rapier, elegant cutlass. Ooh, cloth for that. Let's just make sword. Is it better? I would assume so. No, we had, this is, oh, the bend looks better. Damn it. Wasted that. We do metal axe. I need claw. We unlocked red bandana. Shit, is the fox attacking the pig? I'll save you. I'll save you, pig.
I can't do that yet.
I saved you. You love me now? Good boy. Oh, I could feed him. Wait, what? Feed the swine. What do I feed him? I need seeds or something? I got banana. Maybe he likes banana. Hold on, swine. Does the swine like the banana? Hey, like it? No, hates it. Alright, my bad. Ooh, metal axe, we're upgrading. Gotta get some wood. Oh, to start a new axe. It's like a battle axe, or is this like a... Oh, shit, maybe it is a battle axe. Oh, it is a battle axe. Damn it. Thought it was a harvesting axe. It's rain and loot. Awesome. Blue bandana. We need that. Give
Very
me
nice.
your blue
Didn't have to wait
bandana.
long for him at all.
Damn it.
That was
I was
really
holding
efficient.
red. He was wearing blue. Oh, wait, lockpick. Oh, this is what we needed. Wait, now can we open this chest thing?
Off to the fields.
Just to add the
bears,
battle axe.
and a bunch of
Oh
other
my
crap.
goodness.
And
How do we use
avoid
magic?
the
Wait,
Sons of
I
Aragorn.
finally have a thing. Oh,
They will
Spencer,
murder
strong
us.
man. Increase max health by 25. Range damage, increase melee damage. Ooh, okay. One more available point. What is this? Heavy hand, increase critical chance. Fuck yeah. What is this? Create food? What? How do I bring this with me? Can I disassemble? I don't think I can. Alright, fuck it. To the next place. Go to the volcano. See what's going on over there. Can we jump into this water? Fuck it. Oh my god. Dude, are we dead? Oh, we're the best. This is kinda cool. It's gonna take forever to get over here. No, let me up, please. No. Oh, come on. No. No. I swam so far. I think it's a dead end. If I can't get up here, I can't get up there. Come on. Oh my god, this is terrible. Oh, this is actually gonna take 20 years to get around. Oh. Oh. Yes! I didn't have to go all the way around. Maybe there's like another dungeon part on the volcano island place. Thought up the same tree. There is no nighttime. It's been day the whole time. Whoa, look at this thing. Is that a bird? Here, let's craft some arrows. 40 arrows. These like vultures? What is this? They so low to the ground. Ew, it's like an imp. Yo, why do you look like that? What the fuck? Oh. Oh my god, I'm the best. It's like a wolf bat. Oh man, that's all he gives. Hide. Dude. Hell loot, for real. Oh, there's another dungeon thing though. New creature unlocked. What are you supposed to be? Ew. Oh, he's already damaged. Oh. Think we're doing enough? Dude, why does he have so much health? Oh my god. Be fine. Be able to kill this thing. Go. Hello? Crazy. Crazy design. What did you have? Fire dust. You use a magic table to make gear. Fire demon lair. Oh, and he spawned back. Okay. Something else in here. Gonna dodge this bitch. Bozo, he didn't even notice me. Look at these little guys. Hello. 1,000 HP. Okay, we have distance on everything. And we got crit magic. Where I'm out. Like Dark Souls. Yes. Sacred dust. Look at this guy. Hello. Guess he drops another dust thing. He got that swagger walk though. His aura is unmatched. Oh, more sacred dust. Getting out of here. I used to farm dust. Fire dust and sacred dust. Is this a giant crab? What is this? Yeah, what the hell is that? Giant crustacean monster. Hey, the starfish thing. We can make starfish axe. Yes. Making it. We're making it. Maybe there's a makeshift weapon made of wood, cloth, and starfish. There's trees in the water over there. Holy shit. A fucking griffin. What's up, dude? Why does everything want to attack me? Can I feed this thing? Oh god. Starfish weapon. Here, let's use my battle axe actually. It's gotta do more damage. It does. Oh. The nesting grounds of the griffins. We dropped a bone leg. That's it. Damn, there's a lot of them. Yep, this is the game. Alright. Alright. That's dude. Grim World Survival. You know, I wasn't expecting too much anyway, but maybe expected a little bit more. I don't. Maybe the game's not optimized. I don't know. I think stuff was just taking too long. I was really intrigued by everything it had. You know, like the magic aspect, character tree, the items there are. Maybe all it needs is like some optimization. Maybe increase the movement speed or something. It took so long to get to places. Considering the price, from my experience, I'll give this 3 out of 10 Pog Frogs. It was a little better optimized. I was actually surprised by how well the combat was and stuff. I mean, you could just you could just stay far away, but it was smoother than I thought it would be. That is the final goal of 2024. Very excited to see all the goobs we experience in the new year.
Subscriber house, bitch.
Cute. Alright. I'm gonna put on something we can listen to, because it's been a little stuttery. See if we can find it after we get safe.
Not enough. Can't do that yet. Can't do that yet. It's too far. Need more rage. Can't do that yet.
I want to listen.
Hi everyone. I know this might be a little bit of a
kinda
weird video. It's weird for me too. So, sorry, I guess. I want to say like 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I realized I was transgender. I am a trans woman. In the words of Roseanne Barr, a woman is me.
That one they're asking all the time, what is a woman? I'll tell you what a woman is. A woman is me!
Does anyone remember that? Am I the only one? I don't really talk about myself that much in my content. And if anything, it's because I struggled so long to even understand who I was. And I never want to come across as disingenuous. But what do you do when you feel disingenuous in the skin that you're born in? It took me a really long time to even understand how to be honest with myself about this. But I want what I make to always be honest and genuine. And I'm Eden. I'm 25 years old, and before probably 2 years ago, I would have never even imagined that I was trans or genderqueer or anything other than cis. I wasn't raised around gender stuff. I had to learn about all that stuff in school and from Family Guy. And as a teenager, I was even reactionary and transphobic because I was misled on what transgender even is. But I always knew that I wasn't comfortable in my own skin. Never excited about the role that I was expected to fill as a man. And never particularly happy with the person I saw myself growing up to be. Sometimes the things that you don't even choose about yourself are the hardest to see and even harder to come to terms with. Who I am is not a choice. The choice that I am making is to embrace who I am, unapologetically and genuinely. And since making that decision, I've been happier than I've been in a long time. The disconnect from who I felt like and who I saw in pictures or even my own videos was overwhelming and caused a lot of depression. Passive and recurring thought patterns limited the scope on who I thought I could be, based on arbitrary things that didn't really matter. But of course, it wasn't as clear as that when I was feeling it. It felt more like a big internal ball of self-resentment and anger. Sometimes for just not being something else, for not being happy. I struggled with denial for a long time, and I'm not embarrassed or ashamed of that. Even if I've been scared to admit it to myself in the past, I'll never be scared of being who I am again. And I'll never hold myself back like that again. For a long time, I felt that a part of me was truly missing. And I couldn't be more grateful that I did not let my cynicism prevent me from being happy, from being fulfilled, and from being true to myself. I use she and they pronouns now, and I'm gonna be changing the names of my channels to match the name change. I want to thank everyone who's supported me and my content the last few years, whether you've seen one video or all of them. It genuinely means the world to me that I have the platform that I do, that I have the opportunity to make videos that I love for people who enjoy them. If you're out there watching, feeling just as lost as I used to, just know that it can get better, and that it's never ever too late to truly be who you are. And there's no need to apologize for being that person. This isn't about anything other than my happiness, which is kind of why it's hard to make a video about for me. It feels selfish. I guess it's informative, and I'm proud to be someone that I actually feel like for the first time in my life. I'm grateful that I can share this fact about me with you all. It's a weird, exciting, very long journey. Coming out feels like a weight off of my heart, and I genuinely can't put it any less fruity than that, but it feels really good to be able to breathe in my own skin. Thank you so much for watching this video. I'm going to be doing a charity live stream for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund on December 31st. That's New Year's Eve. It's going to be a 24-hour marathon stream raising as much money as possible. It's for a great cause. It's going to be a great stream. The link's in the description to the charity. Tune in on the 31st to help do some fundraising, do some good. Thank you again so much for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Bye.
Hello everybody, today we're going to be discussing one of the most controversial
Alright, that movie looks, or that video looks good, but I want to watch one of his other videos. I want to watch the ant one about the ant people. Ant people. Cheese.
The government is hiding billions of pounds of cheese in hidden caves underneath the United States that it is selling off by manipulating our advertising and education systems to our detriment in order to turn a profit. And also, welcome to Wendigoon. Today we're going to be looking at a conspiracy theory that dates all the way back to the 1970s, and as mentioned, involves secret government cheese tunnels and manipulation of advertisements and education system for their benefit. While there is some theory crafting here regarding the motive for these actions, most of it's just plain and recorded out in the open, so conspiracy theory is a bit of a stretch. It's mostly just talking about something very weird and shady that the government does. I've known about this story for a long time, but I haven't covered it because I have a rule for myself that if the topic does not involve death in some way, I don't want to cover it. Call it a morbid fascination, but I just think that when something is literally life or death, it just becomes more interesting. Now that doesn't mean someone has to die per se in every topic I cover. Death just has to be on the table, like a disappearance, or like with the Akali Raft video, the researcher thought that death was going to happen and then it didn't happen, or cryptids, like they're capable of killing people. You get the point. But after looking into it a bit further, I think I can confidently associate various deaths with this story. We'll see how it goes. This is also the second time that I have worked milk into a conspiracy theory regarding the government overlooking the well-being of its citizens for a profit while wearing this shirt. And that's an opportunity I couldn't pass up. So hopefully you decide to stick around and see what this rabbit hole's all about. The one thing I want to mention before we get started is that right now, for a limited time, the Legacy of the Mothman poster is available. A lot of you will probably remember the Legacy of the Wendigo poster that I did a few months ago, and you all were so supportive with that, Invis wanted to keep the cryptid theme going. So here we have Legacy of the Mothman. We have the Mothman presiding over a small town of Point Pleasant during the winter, and I love the design of the Mothman. It's a combination of cute and creepy, and I love the guy with the flashlight, and I love the mountains. I love everything about it. They did a fantastic job on the design. The poster is available in 2 sizes at the link in the description. It will only be available for probably another week, if that, and then they're gone forever. So if you're interested, get in on that while you can. Thank you so much to everyone who has already purchased one, and so much to those who sold out the signed copies in under 5 minutes. I can't even wrap my head around that. It really does mean the world. Thank you all for the support you've shown me. It allows me to do more crazy and weird stuff like this. So if you're interested, check it out in the description. it means a lot. And before I just cause unneeded psychic damage by ruining your perspective of childhood cafeterias and commercials, let's talk about something that can actually help you for a sec. Not that I don't want to hurt you, but we have to keep it balanced. Before I continue with information that's going to have absolutely zero positive effect on your life, let's talk about something that can actually help you, like today's sponsor, Aura. I'm sure we've all used our name, email address, and password across the internet without really thinking about it. And while it can certainly be convenient and fun to throw your personal information onto the web, it's also dangerous. I mean, recently AT&T released that over 73 million people had their information just dropped onto the dark web. And everything they recommend to keep that from happening, like strong passwords, monitoring your account activity, and fraud alerts, are all taken care of by Aura. Aura will expose data brokers that are using your information and send them opt-out requests on your behalf. Anytime you use your info online, there's a chance that some of that information can fall into the hands of telemarketers or scammers or junk mail listers or what have you. And the data brokers that hold that information are legally required to let it go if you ask them to. However, the process can be very tricky and convoluted because that's what keeps the scam going. But now Aura is here to do the hard part for you, because not only will it automatically scan the internet to find if any of your information's in the wrong hands, but with the press of a button, they'll send an opt-out request on your behalf. Not only does this make your information more secure, but it also opts you out of things like telemarketer calls or junk mail lists. Or it even monitors your email and passwords to see if they were a part of a data breach and then gives you advice on what to do from there. In preparation for using Aura in an ad, I ran a check on my email, and lo and behold, some of my information had fallen into the wrong hands, and Aura helped me get that cleared up. So they've already got my vote. On top of that, the Aura app has a VPN, a password manager, real-time credit and identity theft monitoring, and malware protection. The Aura app even has family tools like monitoring screen time or preventing harmful websites from popping up. Aura is pretty much every internet safety tool you could ever need in one app. The internet can be fun and important, especially when you use it to watch a college dropout talk about cheese tunnels. So have Aura put your mind at ease and let them worry about all of the bad so you can get back to what's good. And speaking of good, there's never been a better time to get in on this offer. That's because if you head to the link in the description at aura.com/Wendigoon, you will be able to try Aura for 2 weeks absolutely free. That is right, get Aura for free for 14 days. Sadly, you're probably going to be amazed by all of the information of yours they find just floating around on the web. But you can get that taken care of and see if Aura is right for you again at aura.com/Wendigoon to get in on this incredible internet defense tool today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Aura for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So the reason this conspiracy and cheese caves and all of that exist in the first place is because of dairy. Dairy for the past several centuries has been an incredibly important cornerstone within the world economy. Not only are dairy products like milk and cheese bought and sold in massive quantities across the world, but typically the farmers who are responsible for dairy production are also responsible for several other aspects of food production as well. So not only are these farmers important because things like growing crops or raising cattle tends to be the first step in an entire ecosystem of consumption, but because if those farmers don't do well, then the trade routes that move the product doesn't do well, and the marketplaces that sell the product doesn't do well either. Because of this, it's normally in the government's interest to make sure that first level producers like farms are doing okay. And this is the very concern that arose during the Great Depression in 1933. In 1933, FDR, under his New Deal, created something called the Commodity Credit Corporation, or the CCC. The purpose of this corporation was to monitor and manage various important markets within the United States. Now, the CCC did a lot of stuff around the Depression era that is important historically, but for the sake of our story, we're concerned about its goings-ons in 1948. See, initially the CCC was just a corporation that was set up by the government, and even though it had assistance and oversight from the government, it was technically its own thing. That wasn't until in 1948 when it became a wholly federal entity, meaning that what operates and appears as its own corporation that just has the better interest of farmers in mind, when you go digging, its CEO is the Department of Agriculture. That in itself is nothing new. There's plenty of companies that sort of operate autonomously and are kind of extra arms for the United States government. Well, in 1949, the Department of Agriculture gave the CCC permission to buy excess dairy off of farmers. So why would the government need to do this, right? Well, let's think about it. If at any point there is too much dairy production for the American rate of consumption, so in other words, if farmers are producing in excess of what people are buying, then that means that the price of dairy will go down. If the price of dairy goes down, that means the farmers are being paid less. If someone is being paid less, then that means there is a chance that they are going to go out of business. If they don't meet the minimum requirements for operating costs, they could go belly up. Now, in business, this is a thing that happens a lot. People go bankrupt, people go out of business. Who cares, right? Well, while that may be fine for independent companies that are just looking to turn a profit, the government views dairy as a vital part of the industry, as explained earlier. Because you could look at any point in history and say, sure, the price of dairy is low right now. Who cares if a few farmers go belly up? That's how markets work. But what happens if 5 years from now, there becomes more of a demand for dairy and the price of it goes up, and now you don't have enough people supplying the goods for consumers to buy? And because the government views dairy as vital for American well-being, they can't let that happen. So in 1949, the CCC begins to buy up dairy from farmers whenever it's in excess to stabilize the markets. And then whenever the dairy market becomes in scarcity because there's not enough of it, they release some of that dairy back onto the market, keeping the entire dairy industry within a nice median. Something, supply and demand, whatever. This is all well and good for about 25 years, but then things change in 1973. In 1973, the United States ran into an energy crisis. The whole energy crisis is an interesting story in its own right, but the short version is a lot of stuff runs on electricity and oil, and we were having trouble getting both of those. It sure is a good thing we lucked out of some very diplomatic negotiations in the Middle East, am I right, boys? Where the energy crisis relates to our story is, again, because of all those supply chains and markets I mentioned earlier. A side effect of the energy crisis was the price of dairy rose by about 30%. This is getting into the danger zone of people from low-income housing no longer being able to afford dairy, and that not only affects that individual's livelihood and health, but as mentioned earlier, if people aren't buying, the whole market does bad. So the government tries to step in, and as they always do, they just start regulating stuff. Basically, farmers were being told that they need to produce more dairy, but also they can't sell it for as much as the market demands. Meaning that for a couple of years, the entire nation's dairy industry, and ergo meat, food production, all of it, was almost in the gutter. So in 1977, Jimmy Carter promised to pour $2 billion into the dairy industry to once again artificially sustain its success over time. Because if it goes, a lot of other stuff goes too. What did that $2 billion go to, you may ask? Well, Jimmy Carter said that any excess dairy that is produced by dairy farms would be bought by the federal government. See, the Department of Agriculture, through the CCC, had been buying up dairy for years now. That was nothing new. However, before, the amount of excess dairy that was bought up was a strategic amount to make sure that there's enough scarcity to keep the prices up enough to keep the farms running. But now that Jimmy Carter has said any excess dairy will be bought up, well, that means, you can figure it out. Because the farmers who were previously afraid of producing too much dairy, because, if you produce too much, not only are you flooding the market, but also you are raising your cost of production, you are buying more equipment, more farm hands, more cows. Those guys who were afraid of overcommitting are now being told whatever amount of dairy you produce will be sold. So do the math. If you're a dairy farmer or someone who's merely considered the concept of maybe one day getting into dairy, how much dairy are you going to make? That's right, as much as you possibly can. And yes, while this did fix the rising prices of dairy, it created an entirely new problem: too much milk. Unless you have hundreds of miles worth of refrigerators, which would be an entirely new energy crisis if you produce that much, there's no way to keep milk for a long period of time. The government realized this, but also realized that what you can keep for a long period of time is dehydrated milk butter and cheese. Cheese being the easiest to store, the government immediately took all of this excess milk that they were buying and turned it into cheese. However, the amount of dairy and now cheese that the government was taking in was far in excess than any amount they could flood back into the marketplace to stabilize the markets later. So the government just had to keep buying cheese and holding it. Where did they put the cheese, you may ask? Well, pretty much anywhere they could find it. They used old warehouses, old bunkers, old food storage facilities. The largest facility and the most famous one that this video is titled after is near Kansas City, Missouri, near Interstate 435. There was an underground limestone cave that was naturally cool all year long. So they turned it into a giant cheese storage facility that holds hundreds of millions of pounds worth of cheese at a 36 degrees Fahrenheit temperature. And yeah, they just leave giant wheels of cheese in there. And hundreds of millions of pounds is not an exaggeration. By most estimates, around 1980, the government had stored about 500 million pounds of cheese that it couldn't do anything with. Not only that, but the incentive to overproduce never went away because the government was still buying up anything in excess. So they didn't just buy a massive lump of dairy and henceforth cheese during the energy crisis, they were still buying it up for years and years. Now the whole underground cheese cave stuff was kept mostly out of the public eye and just known by people, you know, in the know at like the Department of Agriculture and stuff. That was until December of 1981. It was then on December 2nd of 1981 that John R. Block, Secretary of Agriculture, showed up to the White House with a moldy block of cheese. He held it up to reporters and said that there are 60 million more of these that the government is doing nothing with. This spurred a lot of commotion about government wastefulness from journalists and Americans alike. So later that same month, President Ronald Reagan said that the cheese would begin to be moved into government welfare programs. Initially, Reagan committed to sending 30 million pounds of the cheese into welfare programs, but eventually like 300 million pounds were sent out. And you may think, oh, well, that's like over half of the cheese supply. Keep in mind, the government is still buying cheese as they are sending it out the door. It was incorporated into the Temporary Emergency Food Assistance Program and has forever been known as government cheese. Government cheese is referenced in a lot of American culture, from songs to stories. Some people look at it fondly, like people remember when they were a kid and would eat, you know, grilled cheese sandwiches with it. Other people view it harshly, that it was a sign of poverty, what have you. Either way, most people don't know that this government cheese program that ended in the 1990s actually came from this entire weird series of market control that I've mentioned up till now. Aside from that, the government continued to buy up dairy from farmers until around 2014 when the program ended because the markets kind of figured themselves out. And you may hear that and think, oh, okay, does that mean that they ended up giving away or running out of all of this excess cheese? No. Those same storage facilities that are now managed by the USDA, rather than having 500 million pounds worth of cheese in them, now have somewhere around 1.4 billion pounds of cheese in them. But in spite of that, the government isn't buying it up anymore. At least not to the same degree they were previously. They still buy it up for things like school programs or disaster relief funds, but not to the same degree or the promise of any excess as they were before. So why did the government quit buying it up all of a sudden? Why is 1.4 billion pounds fine when 500 million was a huge issue before? And perhaps most importantly, where did all the cheese go? And that's where we get into the conspiracy. Again, this isn't so much a conspiracy as much as it is a series of conveniences for the federal government. So put yourself in the federal government's shoes in the 1980s. The problem is that you are continuing to buy dairy from farmers. Well, you can't quit buying it because now the system has got large enough to a point that if you quit, there could be a market crash that could have repercussions across the entire economy. You can't throw all of your cheese onto the marketplace because that will flood the markets and what I just said will happen but in a different direction. Effectively, the government has become a whale that is buying so much of the product that if the whale were to disappear, it could crash out the whole market. So the government scratches its chin and says, what if, instead of us continuing to buy it to this degree, What if we push that responsibility onto the American public? What if we stop increasing the amount of cheese bought and instead increase the need to buy cheese? Well, to understand how that happened, you have to understand something called a commodity checkoff program. Commodity checkoff programs are effectively brandless advertisement and marketing, sort of. Effectively, you have commodities within the United States, like as mentioned with dairy, are important to not only themselves, but the economy as a whole. So a commodity checkoff program is a system that increases the markets and buyers for a specific commodity. So in other words, you're not advertising a brand of something like meat or eggs, you're just advertising eggs or meat as a concept. The way commodity checkoff programs worked originally is farmers could send in money optionally as a sort of tax, and then the program would use that money to encourage things like the product finding its way into different markets, education around the product, etc. For example, there was a commodity checkoff program around pork. So the program would take money from pig farmers and then use that money to educate people on the benefits of pork, in whatever that means, to pay for pork advertisement, and to lobby with things like restaurants or food chains to put pork on the menu. With the whole idea being that you're helping the market rather than a specific brand or seller. And of course, like the CCC, all of this is run by the USDA. Well, in 1983, the Dairy Promotion Program began. So, as mentioned, dairy farmers had the option to pay this Department of Agriculture organization to help sell dairy as a concept rather than a specific seller. While this might have done some help for the dairy industry, it wasn't until 1996 during the Clinton administration that the government decided they were going to kick it into overdrive. Then the Dairy Promotion Program was no longer an option and became a mandatory tax for all dairy farmers. In 1995, the tax was 15 cents per 100 pounds of dairy sold. Effectively, it's a tax for the benefit of the whole market. So now the government is taking in a tax from dairy farmers and trying to convert that money into sales for dairy. How do they do that? Well, just do what they always do, silly. Make another shell company. Because in 1995, the government created Dairy Management Incorporated, or I'm sorry, the board underneath the USDA, the Dairy Promotion Program, created an entirely new company that's just hip and cool and loves milk for some reason, called Dairy Management Incorporated, or DMI. I jest a little bit. It's not like the government ever tried to hide records that they were running DMI or anything. But most people don't scratch below the surface, and DMI is an excuse to buy things like television advertising or posters or celebrity endorsements without the government getting involved. In 1993, the state of California's Milk Processing Board, which is an independent organization within California made to support local dairy farmers, started an ad campaign called Got Milk. Well, in 95, after the Dairy Management Incorporation, or the DMI, came to I guess it didn't come to power, but in a dairy sense, it absolutely did come to power. It's like a sovereign ruler over the farms of America. In 1995, Got Milk was bought by the Milk Processor Education Program, which is a program under the Dairy Promotion Program and with DMI and whatnot. Did you ever think it was weird if you grew up like I did and saw posters of Taylor Swift with a milk mustache? Did you ever think it was strange that it wasn't telling you to buy any specific brand of milk? Like, it wasn't a company's milk that you were supposed to buy, it was just selling you on the idea of milk as a concept. And on that same note, did you also think it was weird that schools began to roll out individual milk and chocolate milk cartons? And like every single year I was in school, that was always an option for students to get. What about all of the education and school health class stuff that got injected about how milk strengthens your bones, or it made its way into all of our commercials and kid shows about how milk makes you big and strong? Isn't it convenient that at the exact moment the government decides they want to stop buying milk, we're all of a sudden told that we need to start buying milk? Now, I want to make it very clear, I am not saying any of this to imply or suggest that milk is bad for you or you shouldn't drink it. It is infinitely healthier for a child to be drinking a carton of milk at school than for them to drink a soft drink. It is good for you, it does help with your body's development, but those are all coincidental to the government's actual goal. Milk was touted as a superfood because the feds needed someone to foot the bill. The fact that it was healthy is just a cool coincidence. It is not the praxis of getting people to drink milk that is the issue, it's the motivation behind it that should be called into question. And if you want evidence for that, just look at cheese. DMI is most well known for their influential status within the cheese market. So a lot of this money that goes into DMI from dairy farmers, as mentioned earlier, goes to effectively lobby cheese onto the menus of various restaurant and fast food chains. Author Clint Rainey, when writing for Bloomberg, described the DMI as, quote, the Illuminati of cheese, and also said, quote, a secretive government-sponsored entity putting cheese anywhere it can stuff it. DMI began to lobby with a lot of restaurants to put more cheese into whatever they were selling. In 1995, they worked with Pizza Hut to release the stuffed crust pizza. They've worked with companies like Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's to add more cheese to their burgers. And they've repeatedly worked with companies like Taco Bell to find more ways to put cheese into things like quesadillas and quesalupas. Well, you may be asking yourself, okay, but what's in it for the fast food chains, right? Because it's not like someone from DMI is just gonna show up and say, put extra cheese in your food, and they're just gonna do it, right? Well, of course not. As with any of these things, money's exchanged. A large part of the DMI's money goes to advertising for specific companies to ensure that more cheese is sold. A 2009 article from the Daily Herd, a farmer's newsletter, talks about how cool it is that the DMI has committed to paying Domino's $12 million for advertisement in the next 2 years. Also off of that, it's now not so surprising why the government bailed out Domino's after the 2010 recession. And this happens with every company they work with. Even though it's through the DMI, which is its own incorporation, it is the government paying out businesses to put more cheese on the menu through advertisement cost or some kind of kickback. And before even getting into the health ethics of that, there's already ethics on the taxation principle of that. Because like I mentioned, the dairy promotion program is not optional. It is a mandatory tax that farmers have to pay. So any farmer producing dairy has to produce the tax money for the dairy they produce, and then guess what companies, chains like McDonald's and Taco Bell, buy off of? They're not buying off of the small upstart or family-owned farm, they're buying off of the super corporations, the ones that have thousands and tens of thousands of cattle and have been doing it for the past 50 years. Yep. So effectively, smaller dairy companies are having to pay a tax to ensure that their competition stays on top. Not only that, but where you can kind of look the other way when it comes to milk, because sure, in large quantities, milk can be bad for you. It's still a healthier option for kids and anyone to be drinking over something like soda, right? Yes. But you cannot say the same thing about cheese. Cheese causes high cholesterol, cheese is linked to obesity, especially in the extreme volumes we consume it nowadays. In the 1970s, the average American consumed about 7 to 8 pounds of cheese per year, which when you break that up as 3 meals over 365 days, isn't that much. No. Compare that to the modern age, where it's estimated that the average American consumes about 41 pounds of cheese per year, or as a country, 13.5 billion pounds of cheese. And while that is an absurdly high number, that is still per capita lower compared to countries like Italy or France. The rate Americans buy dairy from the 1980s to now has actually fallen to about half, but that doesn't matter because our rate of consuming cheese has more than quadrupled. And Dairy Management Inc., the company that is not the government but also definitely is the government, had a large hand in that, encouraging pizza chains to put more cheese on their pizza, and also every menu at any fast food chain to add cheese in some different way and name all their foods cheesy or with cheese, and make schools roll out pizza parties every week to sell more cheese. Remember all those that you just thought were fun and had no underlying motive? Sorry. Remember how at the beginning of this video 500 million pounds of cheese was a problem, and now those same facilities have 1.4 to 1.5 billion pounds of cheese in them and it's not a problem? Well, that's because about 300 million pounds of that is actual government property used for disaster, school efforts, whatever. The other 1.2 billion pounds is cheese that is stored by the USDA for private companies. Meaning that what was once a problem of, oh, what are we going to do with all this cheese? We can't expect people to eat it, is now just a blip on the radar. 1.4 billion pounds of cheese is nothing compared to the 13.5 billion we consume every year. And of course, the hypocrisy for that lies on the USDA. The same organization that claims so much to be concerned with American health and to make sure Americans are eating what they're supposed to, have a company that makes sure we get cheese in everything we eat. They'll say things like eat cheese in moderation and be careful with your consumption while creating a 7-cheese pizza with stuffed crust. The fact of the matter is sure, maybe when it doesn't matter, they're kind of concerned about our health, but not when there's a profit to be made. Yes. And the government, instead of changing regulations or the way they handle products and consumers, simply foots the bill over to us and tells us to do what they always tell us, just buy more. So congratulations, the country's been psyoped into eating cheese. What do we do now? Well, the solution is what the solution is anytime there's a government issue. It goes back to you, the individual. Don't eat fast food, or if you do eat it, do it in moderation and try to stay away from things that aren't healthy for you. And while sure, the health of oneself always falls back on the person, that's not the motto that organizations like the USDA or the government as a whole are taking. They're supposed to have our best interest in mind, but in praxis, that best interest always exists as long as there's no money to be made. It's easy for us to look at the circumstance and argue personal responsibility and to just stay away from it, but fast food is cheap and easy, and the government knows that, so they know they will always have a population of those in poverty or those who are uneducated that they can throw their product onto. Because who cares if American obesity is at an all-time high as long as we don't have to worry about the whole cheese thing. And also, blah, 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 high cholesterol obesity leads to heart attacks, stroke, death, and that is how I'm working death into this video. And at the end of the day, this isn't anything that I think is worth grabbing pitchforks over, right? The government had to hold up a part of the economy, and they didn't want to do it anymore because they needed the money for some other frivolous purpose. So they use kind of shady advertisement tactics, especially shady when it comes to kids, to pawn that responsibility off onto us. But again, we can simply choose to not participate in the cheesy gordita crunch, although we may dabble from time to time. And it's not like things like drinking milk are that harmful, right? But what I am saying is if the government's willing to fix their mistakes or solve their problems through us by changing the education around certain products or reframing narratives regarding how we're supposed to consume certain products, or using celebrities or other tools at their disposal to convince us that something is in our best interest, if they're willing to change what is considered the best interest, if they're willing to set up shell companies, if they're willing to use tax dollars, if they're willing to change the way a core part of the economy functions over milk, then what do you think they're willing to do about everything else? All of that to say, remember kids, the next time somebody tells you the government wouldn't do that, you can figure out the rest. And if you think this entire video is crazy, if you think this is some whack brain conspiracy that doesn't make any sense and I'm insane and very weird, which you're definitely right about at least one of those things, I still want to say thank you for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. As a lot of you probably know from like the Creedcast stuff or the red thread that I've talked about lately, I got my wisdom teeth removed a couple weeks ago and my face still kind of hurts. So when I was like hyped up on the pain medication, I was just like, I had a laptop in bed reading about milk. So that's my recovery process. So I hope you enjoyed this. I hope this was interesting for you. I know it's been a while since the last video, or like this video was supposed to come out sooner than I originally thought, but again, face swollen and whatnot. So I finally feel able to sit down and record a video, and this was a topic that kept having rabbit holes. Like I dig and I figure out stuff about like the Got Milk campaign, and then there's a mention of DMI, and I'm like, what's DMI? And then that turns into the whole cheese thing. And that's where I found my connection to death. Cheese has absolutely killed several thousand Americans, no question about it. Yeah, this is just a story that I thought was interesting, I thought was a little shady, and I thought was a good example of the government being kind of spooky. So hopefully you enjoyed it. Just a random, strange, off-topic video also about milk, which is now my second one of, which it's weird that it happened twice. But thank you all for sticking around for this one. It means a lot. There's Creepcast and Red Thread on the way, Weird Bible, once a month as always. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Once again, the Legacy of the Mothman poster is available at the link in the description. It will be here for a very limited amount of time, like less than a week, and then it's gone for good. So get in on that in the description while you can. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video. As always, it means the most. Yeah, there will be some new, very cool announcements. There should be an announcement very soon regarding the Stalker film, which I know a lot of you guys have been asking about. So thank you for your patience on that. The people who donated, like they know through the Kickstarter and everything. But for everyone else, announcement about that on the way very soon. Thank you all for your support with that. I believe that should do it for now, but I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye! The government is hiding billions of pounds of cheese.
What's up, Greg? I hope you're having a great 2022. I know I am. Now that the new year's finally here, I know a lot of us have resolutions trying to stay healthy, both.
Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about the time that the CIA faked a vampire attack in order to take over the Philippines.
Oh my god, that was Aragol right there.
Yeah. Several of my videos discussing weird historic events can be qualified as conspiracy theories, or at least conspiracy adjacent, but this one has been documented by government accounts, several journalists, people who were there and affected by it, as well as the people who organized it themselves, so pretty straightforward. After World War II, the American government was concerned with communist influence in Southeast Asia. In order to establish power within Southeast Asia, the American government began commandeering several countries in the region. Among their places of concern was the area of central Luzon, Philippines. However, in the late 40s and early 50s, there was a local rebellion taking place within the Philippines that the government would have to quell in order to establish dominance in the region. So, in 1950, Lieutenant Colonel Edward Lansdale was sent to the region in order to stop the rebellion by any means necessary. Since the rebel forces were composed of a guerrilla army, direct force didn't seem to work. So instead, Lansdale moved to psychological operations. And among those operations, as we'll talk about, were vampires. The story and a lot of the conspiracies around it run deeper than just hoo-hoo ha-ha vampire attack, but we'll also get to the hoo-hoo ha-ha vampire attack, so don't worry. But you'll see how a vampire attack in the Philippines connects to the Kennedy assassination and also sabotage condoms. I'm not kidding. As soon as I heard about this story, I had to immediately tell somebody about it. I mean, it's too weird not to. And as we move into the spooky season, I think this is a pretty good topic to bring up. So if that sounds interesting to you, stick around as we talk about the time that the CIA pretended to be vampires.
Whoa, what?
This is my life now. And while we're
This
talking
is
about
my
the
life
spooky
now.
season, let's talk about the scariest thing of all. Having your personal data stolen while you browse the internet. But fear no more thanks to today's sponsor, Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN is the digital tool that keeps your information secure whenever you're online. Whenever you browse the internet while using Atlas, Atlas will mask your personal information, so if anyone or anything tries to get information from you, they'll be stopped by Atlas's system. Atlas also features a series of user-friendly tools, like for example their data breach monitor, that you can use to check to see if your email or password have been a part of any leaks. So rather than just being afraid that your information's out there, now you can know for sure. You can also use Atlas to change your digital location. Say for example you want to watch a movie on Netflix, but that movie is only available in a different region's version of Netflix. All you have to do is change your location to that region, and you will now have access to their entire catalog of movies and TV shows. Atlas VPN is also offered on all devices, and if you're going to browse the internet, then why not be smart about it? And now is the perfect time to hop on board. And that's because if you go to the link in the description at atlasv.pn/Wendigoon, you will be able to get a 3-year subscription to Atlas for $1.99 a month. That is right, just go to the link in the description, atlasv.pn/Wendigoon, to get 3 years for $1.99 and a 30-day money-back guarantee if you're not happy with it, although I'm sure you'll love it. This isn't a deal you want to miss out on. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Atlas for sponsoring this video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, the Philippines' relation with the United States has always been messy, but for the sake of this video, we're just going to look at World War II onwards. During the beginning of World War II, the majority of the Philippines were captured by the Japanese military. As soon as the imperial military had taken over the Philippines, they began to use its people and resources for the war effort. And not only did the people of the Philippines have things like their food and farms stolen by the Japanese, but in some cases, the military would even begin to steal their women and children. So, as you can imagine, several of the Philippine people began to fight back. The primary group of Philippine freedom fighters were known as the Hukbalahap. The Hukbalahap, also known as the Huk Rebellion, is an acronym that translates to the People's Anti-Japanese Army. During the war, the Americans would use the help of the Huks in order to destroy the Japanese holdouts that were within the Philippines. And as the Japanese began to clear out of the region, the Americans would begin to enlist the help of Filipino businessmen and elected leaders. However, this is where the problems begin. So, during the beginning of World War II, before America got involved and Japan was taking over the Philippine Islands, several of the businessmen and politicians tried to earn the favor of the Japanese so that they would have a more favorable outcome as the war progressed. So in the first years of the war, several of these leaders and landlords had allied themselves to the Japanese and would not only feed and house them, but give them advice about fighting their own people who were in the People's Anti-Japanese Army. So at the end of the war, whenever the US government was trying to reinstitute the Filipino government, and they did it using the pre-existing leaders of the Philippines, that doesn't go over well with the people who have been fighting them for the past 4 years, as you could imagine. Because several of these leaders had helped the Japanese destroy their country, and then America comes in and says, yeah, these guys are still in charge. And while tensions were high, there was no direct violence, at least until 1946, when the leader of the PKM, a group that the Huks were allied to, was murdered. Then they decided to get violent again. They changed their name from the People's Anti-Japanese Army to the People's Liberation Army, but still went by the name of Huk. And as America was trying to make a new government for the Philippines, the Huks would smuggle weapons into the mountainside and begin to grow local resistance. It also didn't help the government's case that these local leaders who had previously had to do things under the watchful eye of the Japanese military were now pretty much given free rein by the Americans. So as soon as these leaders got power, they began to take a bunch of the food and resources from farmers and essentially just be a jerk to the peasant class that they didn't care for, which helped to increase support for the opposing Huk Rebellion. And by 1949, it's estimated that the Huks had anywhere from 11,000 to 15,000 active fighters. A couple things to note with this is, for one, whenever you read about the Huks in American or pretty much any official history text, they're kind of just called an offshoot of the Soviet Union and a directly communist strong arm of theirs in the Philippines, because during that time of the Cold War, the concern was between American capitalism and Russian communism. So anytime there was any problem or enemy that came up against America, they'd say, oh, well, they're just in league with the communists. And because of that, the Huks have gone down in history as a communist fighters group. And while the Huks were allies with the PKP, who was a group of fighters who were a part of the Soviet Union, all of the Huk fighters were like farmers who just didn't like having their stuff stolen. So while you could maybe argue that kind of was in line with some of the beliefs, they just didn't want to get pushed around. So calling them a Soviet Union military organization is exaggeration at best. I should also mention that while everything I've said until this point paints the Huks out to be just like these valiant freedom fighters fighting against the government, and while there were certainly elements of that, By 1949, the movement had become large enough that people would claim the name of the Huck Rebellion so that they could get away with things like murder and robbery. So, while there definitely was a good cause, at least in the beginning, by 1949-1950, the Hucks were seen as a bunch of rampant pillagers, at least around heavily populated areas. In the mountainside where the original Huck rebels were, there was more of a grassroots movement to help them, but that dissonance can't last long. Government is not being good to its people, and some of the people are acting a fool. Now, did the United States government care about this? No. They were concerned with the Russian threat, and everything they did was to advance that end, as we're going to see. So if America is going to have a position of power in the Philippines, which is a very strategic location for anything in Southeast Asia, then they're going to have to deal with this local infighting. So in 1950, the Pentagon sent one of their best men to the Philippines, Lieutenant Colonel Edward Lansdale. Now, if you're weird like I am and into crazy Cold War psyop stuff, Lansdale is a very familiar name. He wrote the book for what would become the majority of PSYOP tactics from Vietnam forward. He's also very instrumental in a lot of special forces training and tactics and adventures that they would go on later. And he was actually one of the founding members of the CIA. Before World War II, when he would join the military, Lansdale was an advertising executive in San Francisco. From that job, he developed knowledge as to how people's minds work and how to convince them of what you want them to think. So whenever he joined the military during World War II, he was sent to the Operation of Strategic Services, or the OSS, which after the war, the members of it created the Central Intelligence Agency, or the CIA. So Lansdale, one of the first ever CIA agents, gets to the Philippines in 1950 and creates something called the Civil Affairs Office. The Civil Affairs Office was a means for Lansdale to communicate with Filipino leaders of how they can best destroy the Filipino rebellion. As an expert in psychological warfare, Lansdale said that the best way to convince a people of what you want them to think is by using their own truths and ideas against them. So after analyzing the situation and speaking with other leaders, Lansdale determined that the majority of Filipino people were very superstitious and had a lot of religious beliefs tied to local tradition. So he decided that that is how he's going to get them. The first of these operations went as follows. On a cloudy day, he had someone fly a small airplane with a very large speaker attached to it. This airplane flew over the Philippine countryside where it was believed that several of the locals were aiding and abetting Huck rebels. And from this large speaker flying through the clouds played several curses in the locals' native language. These messages said that any collaborators who are helping the local rebels will have their family cursed and all of their belongings destroyed if they continue to aid them. And it seems that this worked, as in the following weeks, several groups of Huck rebels turned themselves into the authorities because they were starving. See, typically with these guerrilla factions, they have to rely on the goodwill of others and create this underground network of supplies and shelter in order to sustain themselves. But now that these people were afraid of a curse and kicked them out, they had no other option but to turn themselves in or starve to death. So seeing that this was working, Lansdale doubled down. Lansdale had several men embedded into the local population in order to give him information as to where the Hucks were or what they were doing. So using this information, Lansdale began to get data on which specific houses were aiding the rebels. Then, under the cover of night, his agents would go out next to these houses and spray paint these large watching eyes on the streets around these houses. So imagine that you are a local person who is invading a group of rebels, and while you're supportive to their cause, you also have yourself and your family to look out for. And then one day you go to bed, and when you wake up, there are eyes painted all around your house. Would probably make you think twice about helping these guys out. So because of this, collaborators became more few and far between, and the Huck rebels had to more so rely on their own resources. And now that we've set the stage for all that, let's talk about the vampires. Now, the term vampire is a bit of an oversimplification of what actually happened. The Filipino people have a legend of a creature known as an aswang. Aswang itself is kind of an overarching term that can embody ideas from witchcraft to zombie-like, risen dead people to demonic spirits or what have you. But the commonality seen throughout Aswang belief is that they are a blood-sucking creature who drains the blood of their victims, most often through a long tongue that shoots out and stabs people kind of like a mosquito. So Lansdale, having seen that flying a plane and pretending to be God worked, maybe they should try the vampire thing. Specifically, there was a mountaintop in central Luzon that was a strategic control point for the Huck rebels. And Lansdale decided to literally scare them out. So he had a couple of his men go to the villages around the mountain and begin talking of how they saw an Aswang on the mountain nights prior. Sure enough, other rebels said that within the day, people in the town began to tell stories of how there is an Aswang or demonic creature draining the blood of people in the forest around the mountain. So Lansdale waited a couple days, at which point he was sure that the information got back to the Huck rebels directly, and then decided to send a group to attack. So a couple nights after this story's been floating around, there is a group of Huck rebels on top of the mountain doing a patrol around the trails along the top of the mountain itself. And as they're patrolling, this group of hitmen sneak up on them. Whenever the patrol has their guard down, they grab the guy in the back of the patrol and drag him into the bushes. Once they've got a hold of him, they kill him and take two small puncturing devices. I'm not sure if it was like a screwdriver or what, but they put two holes into his neck and hung him upside down to drain all the blood from his body. Then once that's done, they threw his body back onto the trail where he went missing so that whenever his guys come looking for him, they find his body drained of blood with two puncture holes in the neck. So yes, with no exaggeration, straight from their own admittance and declassified records, the CIA staged a vampire attack on this random Filipino freedom fighter. And perhaps even more surprisingly, it worked. The next day, the entire rebel force cleared off of the mountain. Now, is this because they thought that an Aswang was attacking them and may kill their entire camp? Possibly. But also, like, if I was with a group of friends and we were camping on a mountain and we thought that one of us had been killed by a vampire, we would probably leave. But if I was with a group of friends on top of the mountain and we thought that some random dude killed our friend and staged it to look like a vampire, we would also probably leave. And yeah, it can be safely assumed that at least some people thought it was an Aswang. At the same time, a lot of people probably thought that it was the CIA killing them and draining their blood, which is also a pretty good reason to get out of there.
Yeah.
From here, psychological
I would
operations continued in the Philippines for some time to come. And while everyone likes to remember the flying plane threatening curses at people and the giant eyes and obviously the vampire attack, there were a lot of other psychological operations that had the same, if not greater, effect. For example, Lansdale began a radio show that people in the mountains for the first time could hear directly from their leaders how they're trying to rebuild the country. Lansdale made sure that government officials were no longer being abusive to the locals, which, again, if the locals feel like they're not being oppressed, they don't really have the need to support a group of freedom fighters. And several government leaders would dress up and pretend to be Huck rebels and go through villages stealing food and yelling at people. So as villagers began to think that the government was beginning to have their best interests and be supportive, while the Hucks were murdering people and acting like jerks, half legitimate, half government officials dressed up as Huck rebels, then support for the Huck Rebellion began to die out. It was also about this time, again around 1953, that the Filipino government was wow, thanks everything. America, we sure are glad you helped us out with those rebels. You can go ahead and leave whenever you want. And the CIA was like, yeah, leave. While Lansdale was there, he became friends with someone known as Raymond Magsaysay. During Lansdale's operations in the country, Raymond was the head of their Department of Defense. And Raymond aided Lansdale in his operations in the Philippines. So the two became friends whenever Lansdale was doing his operations. And around 1952, he says, "Hey Raymond, why don't you run for president?" And Raymond says it's a great idea and begins to run. But as soon as he does, he quickly realizes that it's not him running for president, it's the CIA running for president. Raymond was used as a puppet, and everything from his speeches to his policies were decided by the US government. To ensure Raymond's election, the CIA began running smear campaigns against all of Raymond's opponents. Everything from rumors in the paper to spiking their drinks before they gave a speech in order to make them look unfavorable to the public. One day, before he gave a speech, Raymond suggested that perhaps this time, instead of Lansdale and the CIA giving him a speech, maybe Raymond could write his own speech or have one of the locals help him write his speech. And Lansdale got so mad that he began...
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
Hello, against can hit air, but Colmac hits air units.
Alright, so we have him like this. Settings. Sound going. Alright, quick little excursion into Warcraft Rumble, and then we'll be back to the action of hardcore. Where are those bats? Bats. Go there. And all right. Love me some rumble. Yes. Let's go! Vincent Van Gogh. There we go. That's better. I'm gonna go make another drink after this. Alright. Dietz is going to help me with this challenge. I have 2 more in the Warcraft Rumble raid to get through. Gotta take down Rag. I'm gonna go make another drink while he's updating. Be right back. Alright. Last daisy of the evening. A lot of gin. So I'll be switching over to some hurricanes after this. Let's go. Says you have to update. Alright. I'm going to go dark for a second and try this on my phone. See if maybe that's why I can't connect with them. Alright, that worked. I'm gonna be in the dark and I will narrate what I'm doing. Probably not well. Alright, so we're using Mouth and Malfurion and Tyrion. They're both healers. They just do different kinds of healing, so they both kind of like support each other, which is really helpful. No! Stop! Don't kill my boys. My sweet boys. They didn't do anything wrong. They didn't deserve this. Alright. So we're essentially cheesing it by like near infinite heals. At least that's what it feels like. Yeah, this is cheesy AF. This is ultimate cheese. Ultimate cheese pizza. And that's it. Alright, that was very good. I'm sorry I'm not streaming it. I'll just log back into Classic here in a second. Because I gotta do one more match and then... Okay. Right. We switch back. Oh, we'll switch back soon because I'm actually in the middle of nowhere. Okay. I don't think that's it. He doesn't count as that. Minor, deep breath, Worgen or Prowler. That's right. That's right. Execute. Yeah.
And to hit Raymond to the point that Raymond was knocked out. By the time Raymond was elected in 1953, he was so battered and scared of the US government that he sent a message directly to President Eisenhower that said, "I will do whatever the United States wants me to do, even if my people disagree with it." Also from declassified reports, whenever the day of the election came and Raymond was elected, it turns out the CIA had illegally smuggled guns into the country and hidden them around the city so that if he wasn't elected, they could stage a coup. In 1957, he even passed a new law that said, "The Philippines will never accept any form of communism," as it, quote, "puts us under the control and domination of an alien power." And you know, we wouldn't want that now, would we? Raymond died in a plane crash in 1957, and immediately the CIA had a new puppet that they wanted to run. And one of the opponents of the CIA, who was also running at the time, was named Claro Recto. And initially, the CIA just wanted to kill him, but then decided they couldn't for logistic purposes. So as part of their smear campaign against him, they began to leave these packages of condoms all over populated areas that said they were from Claro Recto, but in the top of all of them was a very visible hole poke, so that the people would think this guy running for office wants to sabotage their love life for some reason. In May of 1954, the leader of the Huck rebels, Louis Taruk, would turn himself into the authorities, and surprisingly only got 15 years in jail, which I would assume they'd just kill him. But with Taruk turning himself in, a lot of people considered 1954 to be the official end of the Hucks. Lansdale was shortly thereafter transferred to Vietnam, even though we weren't officially there yet. And from there, Lansdale would go on to develop a lot of the tactics that were used in psychological warfare during the war in Vietnam. Among them, famously, is Operation Wandering Soul, where they tried to convince Vietnamese soldiers that there were ghosts in the jungle, and no, I'm not kidding. However, he wasn't directly involved with that operation. It was more so his influence in the departments he created, because at the time, he was the lead in Operation Mongoose. Operation Mongoose was the secret operation that didn't officially happen until they said it officially happened years later, like they always do, where Lansdale was officially tasked with killing Castro, or at least destroying the Cuban government by whatever means possible. After Lansdale's failure with this and things like the Bay of Pigs operation, he was officially fired from his position as head over CIA psychological warfare by the Kennedy administration, more specifically McNamara. However, he still maintained several ties to the CIA after this, and according to many theorists, was a part of the Kennedy assassination. Or if he wasn't directly one of the collaborators, at least knew about it. Which for a guy who's already faked a vampire attack and pretended to be God, I'm sure killing a president's like a normal Tuesday for him. And with that, we have the end of the story of that time the CIA pretended to be vampires in order to take over the Philippines. See, I told you I wasn't lying. And remember, kids, the next time that somebody tells you the government wouldn't do that, oh yes they would. Because if pretending to be vampires is something they're just willing to throw out there, think about the stuff they're not willing to tell us. And while I'll probably do longer videos in the future where I compile a lot of them, I read about this story and there was no way I couldn't talk about it immediately right now with no hesitation. So hopefully if you're still watching, you think it's at least half as cool as I know it is, and if you do, that's really cool, and I'm really glad you're here, and you're really cool, and I just want to say, thank you for watching. Thank you all so much for watching. Like I said, as the moment I heard about this story, I was like, I have to tell everyone right now immediately. And it's also a good introduction to spooky season. Me and my conspiracy theory having self and vampires. Like what a horrible connection. I love it. But thank you all for watching this long. If you're curious about reading more into it, there's this fantastic book by William Bloom called Killing Hope: U.S. Military and CIA Interventions Since World War II. He's a journalist or was a journalist, he's passed away now, but he went through all of the court records and declassified information and laid out all of the government's meddling post-World War II. And it's a fantastic book I'm working my way through, and he details all of this stuff like very thoroughly, and it's a great read, and there's a lot more where this came from. I'll probably eventually make a video like giving a brief summary of all of them because I think they're really cool. Also, you may know about William Bloom because he was considered a very controversial figure when in 2006 Osama bin Laden, during one of his broadcasts, recommended his book Rogue State, A Guide to the World's Only Superpower, saying that it's a good book against the American government. And whenever that happened, he had the best book sales he ever experienced, but was never asked to speak in any public events again, because he was, obviously considered ostracized because Osama bin Laden spoke for him. But he does make a lot of good summaries and compilations, or made. I keep saying it. He's passed away now, but he's still here in spirit. No, but he made a lot of good summaries and compilations of like not just conspiracy-esque stuff, but just shady stuff they've admitted to doing, like the vampire attacks. And like I said, there will be more of this whenever I get done working my way through the book. So hopefully you enjoyed it, because there's more to come. But for now, I want to say thank you all so much for the support you've shown me on the last video. After I botched I'm so paranoid with stuff. After I mess something up, I'm like, that's it. That's the channel. That's all she wrote. And then I like messed up the Frankenstein upload, but then you guys are just as supportive as ever on a video about a black and white movie, again, that none of us were alive for, and that means a lot. So hopefully you enjoyed. I also want to mention that Internet Historian, one of my favorite YouTubers of all time, made a video on his main channel that I got to be the face and the voice of, the lead role, and that meant a lot. Internet Historian's always been one of my favorite channels, and it's weird to think, like, 2 of his videos ago, I started YouTube, and now I'm like front and center in one of his. It's a blessing. He's a great guy to work with. So I'll link that video in the description because I think it's really cool and you all should check it out. And again, thanks man for putting me in that. It means the world. But anyway, I believe that should do it for now. I believe we're at 1.84 million. Thank you all so much for that. It means the world. And I'm excited for spooky season. Got a lot of plans coming up ahead, so stay tuned for that. But for now, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Horror has gotta be one of the weirdest genres for any medium. You're just gonna put yourself into a terrifying situation where you
Shh, it's okay. It's okay. What's wrong, honey? Everything's gonna be okay. There's no need to cry.
I'm sorry. I can't be the man everyone wants me to be.
Things have taken so much away from us, yet you still run to them every chance you get.
Hello everybody, today we're going to be breaking down and analyzing the most recent episodes of the Mandela Catalog. The Mandela Catalog is an internet horror series set within a timeline where creatures known as alternates have invaded humanity. These alternates terrorize and eventually replace the people they prey upon, and with the clues and tragic stories we see throughout the series, we're able to put together a horrific idea of what these creatures are and what they really want. And that is exactly what we are going to be doing today. Now, if you've clicked on this video, you may know that I already covered the first half of this series in my original Mandela Catalog video, link in the description. I recommend you watch that before this one, but if you just want to watch this video, then I will give a brief rundown in just a minute. But more so than watching my original video, I highly recommend that you watch the original Mandela Catalog as made by Alex Kister. Alex has done a fantastic job at crafting a series that gets better with every entry. And while I'm going to talk about a lot of the elements that I find interesting and why I think the series is so important, it really is a disservice to not experience it yourself. So what I recommend is go to his channel, it will be the top link in the description just below the ad, and check it out for yourself before we get into the series analysis. So if you're caught up on all of that, then stick around as we continue to unravel the mysteries of the Mandela Catalog. But it's not only the season of existential dread, it's also the season of summer. So why not make your summer better with today's sponsor, Raycon earbuds. With the best audio quality and the best package available at half the price of their competitors, it's no wonder why Raycon earbuds has over 50,000 5-star reviews. With a noise isolating design that amplifies your sound, Raycons are as useful as they are comfortable. And it's because of that oily rubber design of Raycon earbuds that they are so comfortable and useful. And not only is the design sleek, but because of the way it's built, no matter how you move your head or what you do, your Raycon earbuds never fall out. During these summer months, I'll wear my Raycon earbuds while I'm hiking, out on the boat, or even four-wheeling, and because of their design, I never have to worry about my music going out or my earbuds staying in. Raycon earbuds offer a 32-hour battery life with 8 hours of playtime, which is perfect for any conspiracy or true crime rant you want to listen to. The Raycon design also features a large push button on the outside of the earbuds themselves, so if you ever want to turn up the music, or change the song, or even pick up a call, you can do all of it without touching anything besides the Raycon earbud itself. With Raycon, you can start making your summer even better, and right now you can do that at a discount, because thanks to Raycon, if you go to the link in the description at buyraycon.com/Wendigoon, you will be able to get your Raycon earbuds for 15% off. That is right, 15% off. Just go to the link in the description at buyraycon.com/Wendigoon and you can start making your summer even better beginning now. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring this video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. As a brief rundown of my first video to make sure that everybody's caught up, I theorized that the Mandela Catalog takes place in a timeline where Satan and the armies of hell overtook religion on Earth. In the original videos of this series, we not only see the false shepherd take the place of religious authority on Earth, but we also see the consequences that that action would later have. These demons, or alternates as they're called within the series, cannot directly interact with humanity, at least not initially. See, according to what we're told in Intruder Alert, these alternates inhabit a different plane of existence, and the only way that they can pass into our world is if they're invited blended in. And as we see in the Mandela Catalog Volume 1, this is most often done by convincing a person to take their own life, to which the alternate will then inhabit the form of that person, replacing them on Earth or creating what we know as a doppelganger. In my original video, I described the life cycle of these alternates as such. An alternate begins to psychologically torment a person, most often through MAD, also known as metaphysical awareness disorder, and eventually gets that person to take their own life. Once that's done, the alternate can then step into our reality and take that person's position. This is what happens to Caesar within Volume 1. Now, in the realm of the physical, the doppelganger has no problem interacting with humanity. Again, as we see in Volume 1, Caesar's alternate, now taking Caesar's position, has no problem killing his mother. Once this gateway has been opened between these planes of existence, it allows more of these alternates to attach to people and manipulate them through fear. And it seems that once an alternate has attached to you, there's no way out other than taking yourself out of the picture. The reason that these alternates have been around for thousands of years but unable to act until the timeline of the Mandela Catalog is because due to the nature of them existing on different spectrums of reality, they had very limited contact with people until advancements in technology such as television. And now that these new advancements in technology exist, it seems that nothing can stop them. There were two alternates that I pointed out in the original series as being unique from all the others. One of them was the man in the hoodie that Mark saw at the bottom of his staircase when he was a young child. This figure, simply called an intruder, seemed to not be interested in taking Mark's position or necessarily tormenting them. He was just kind of there in the background, and seemed to be following a young child who would one day become the victim of an alternate encounter as seen in Volume 1. The other unique alternate is the one who seemingly started everything, the False Shepherd. The False Shepherd seems to be the one who overtook religion in Overthrown, and seems to be the ringleader of whatever's going on. In my original video, I said this was supposed to be a sort of bizarro version of Jesus. Other people have said it's supposed to be the angel Gabriel. However, I don't think it really matters because the two would serve the same function in the story, and I'm just going to keep calling them the False Shepherd because I think it sounds cool. And also, another thing that I saw in the comments a lot on that last video and other places is people were considering the story sacrilegious because it dealt with themes of religion like that. And as a Christian, no. This is the same complaint people had about Doom whenever those video games came out, because they figured, oh, the game contains demons, therefore it's anti-religious. But as the creator of Doom said, it is hard to make a more anti-demon game than a game that entirely revolves around killing demons. And while the Mandela Catalog uses these sacred names to tell a fictional story, it is very steadfast in the idea that the whole demon thing is not good. It's pretty clear that the creatures are evil and not to be trusted, and the story is saying it would be a bad thing if this is how the world worked. It's pretty confident in the fact that demons ruling the world would be a bad thing, and I think it's pretty decent anti-devil propaganda. Like, there's never a part in the story where the script's like, now hold on everyone, let's hear these guys out. But now that we're all caught up, let's go through the new episodes that I didn't cover in part 1, break down the pieces of them, and then begin to paint a picture of what's going on. Beginning with the first episode since my last analysis, Exhibition. Exhibition opens with the sound of an empty phone line and music rising in the background. This music is the same one that was heard during the death in Intruder Alert. We then cut to an animated biblical story, something that is common throughout the series, this being the story of Noah. However, the tape changes when we begin to hear a door knocking when Noah looks up to the sky and we see text over the screen that reads Type 2 Detectable. Type 2 Detectable is the title of the False Shepherd in the original Mandela Catalog videos. So we can assume that Noah is being contacted by the False Shepherd. We then see a picture of a young boy and girl at church before we're told that this is evidence in the Mandela County investigation. This investigation is over case 432, the investigation into the death of Mark Heathcliff. Mark Heathcliff, again, is one of the characters from Mandela Catalog Volume 1. As we know, Mark went over to Caesar's house, and while he was there, an alternate latched onto him. Mark then went home where he was tormented for several days before taking his own life. We see evidence that is being collected by Lieutenant Thatcher Davis. If Lieutenant Davis sounds familiar, that's because he was the investigator into the home invasion during Intruder Alert. So he is the one who set up the camera and saw the visuals of a corpse being tampered with. Or at the very least, he was present while that was happening. One of the items from Mark's house is a camcorder. Within the videotape of the camcorder, again this is taken from Mark's point of view before his death, we see Mark video his closet door being opened in the middle of the night. This is intercut with videos of him driving and eventually making it to a church. This seems to be the same church as the photograph shown earlier. And the fact that this is the same church, we can assume that the picture shown earlier was of Mark at a young age. Here, it seems Mark is trying to return to that church in order to find answers given his current ordeal. We continue to see evidence of Mark's paranoia. He takes pictures of an empty window frame, paces throughout his house, sees his door open and close, returns once again to the church, seemingly with no answers. This continues until the television in Mark's room comes on, and we hear the audio that again indicates
I want the one I was
really present while that was happening. One of the items from Mark's house is a camcorder. Within the
I can't remember what it is. Oh god. I'm getting recommended a whole bunch of slop. We're gonna watch this.
Uh-oh, is Young Living in trouble again?
Oh no, Young
Let's find out
Living.
together. Roll the disclaimer.
No.
What's up? It's 7:30 in the morning. Pop-Tarts here.
Meow.
How do they know? A couple
Pop-Tart.
things. First of
Meow.
all, biggest shout out ever to MLM Exit on Instagram, and she just recently started her own
Meow.
YouTube channel, so I'll have her link down below. But she sent me a message with all this information and was like, hey, did you hear that all this stuff is happening with Young Living? And I was like, no. And yeah, turns out I need to make a video about all this. Yeah, we got a lot to go through, and we're
Down
going to do
with
that.
Young Living.
I do want
Suck
to
it.
real quick give another shout out. My voice cracked. To Annie. Annie sent me, this is not Young Living related, but to my P.O. box, she sent me an unopened unique eyeshadow palette. So since obviously I'm not wearing makeup, we're gonna do makeup while we do stuff today. I'm like, you know what? Let's just give it a shot. It's really funny because I was talking to Aaron, I think, on our last live stream. I'm just like, is unique even a thing anymore? Like, do people still do unique? But Annie says that this palette costs $52 retail. $52. Seriously? Okay, well,
All right, I know
today.
nothing about
I don't know how it's gonna go.
makeup,
but thank you,
but
Annie, for your
no
contribution.
way that
and
should
also
cost
one more
52
shout out
bucks.
to Mark. He sent me a copy of the Essential Oil Bible, basically. I mean, this thing, I wouldn't even know where to start with this. Essential Oils Pocket Reference. This isn't, at least I don't think it is, Gary Young's book. But in chapter 1, they do have a biblical references section, so that's cool. Oh my god, personal usage directory, and then it has every single ailment you could ever have. Bone-related pain, tonsillitis, genital warts. Cool.
Genital
Thank you, Mark, for
warts.
sending me this. I'm like speechless about how like scary this book is, but thank you. So Mark, Annie, thank you for your contributions to today's video. But okay, without further ado, let's get into what's going on with Young Living. So first thing, this was posted 11 days ago on Reddit. Reddit user PlurTM said, heads up, Young Living hacked. If you used to be involved or know people that might have, put your info in. So then this was a link to X, but Reddit users were like, hey, we don't use X anymore because it's hashtag canceled. And I'm like, hell yeah, this is great. So they did like a indirect link, and it looks like it was posted by Hackmanac, I don't know. It says, data breach alert, Young Living Essential Oils. A potential data breach involving Young Living Essential Oils has been detected on a hacking forum, reportedly affecting 1.1 million users. And I'm like, okay, how many people use Young Living? You know, that's a lot of people.
that is
It's
a lot
like
of
their
people.
entire registry of people who have ever submitted their data to Young Living. I don't know. According to the post, the leaked data includes information such as full names, email addresses, physical addresses, and order details of 1,131,062 users. The authenticity of these claims has yet to be verified, but in the meantime, users of Young Living Essential Oils are advised to remain vigilant against potential phishing attempts. This links to a screenshot of some forum, which I'm like just learning recently that these forums are a thing, that people just like, hey, I hacked this thing, buy this information, and it's like on the open web. That's wild to me. I mean, I obviously knew like data breaches were a thing, but I didn't realize they were just like so out in the open like that. But anyway, this person's like, today I'm selling youngliving.com data breach, revenue $2 billion. Is that in their lifetime? I don't know. Breached by, they have their little handle there. It's like, hey, look at what I did. Woo! That's so weird to me. Anyway, the data included associate ID, email, first name, last name, nickname, birthday, country, region, associate status, join date, associate type, last order date, last subscription order date, paid as rank, language, is email allowed, highest rank, enroller ID, sponsor ID, achieved rank name, total orders, and more? What more could you ask for? And they even have a sample there. Now, this is a screenshot, so I can't click on it, but I guess I wouldn't want to dox anyone anyway. Holy moly. Now, none of that said anything about credit cards, like card information, so I guess it's unknown if that's something to be concerned about. But also there's a link to haveibeenpwned.com. Sorry, my eyes are watering. It's early in the morning and I have allergies. This website says Young Living Essential Oils in December 2024, data claimed to be breached from the multi-level marketing company Young Living Essential Oils was posted to a popular hacking forum. The data contained 1.1 million unique email addresses alongside names, the country of the account, and in many cases their date of birth. This data was provided to HIBP by a source who requested it to be attributed to threat actor 88. I think that's the name of the guy who posted in the forum. Young Living Essential Oils did not respond to multiple attempts to contact them about the data. That's sketch. Listen, I know it's the holidays and stuff, but like this is kind of a big deal. Maybe get someone on this shit. I don't know. But it says the breach date was on December 11th and it was added to the forum 8 days after that. So identity theft is a thing. Well, just because credit card data may or may not have been part of said breach, it doesn't mean you're not still in danger. So I know there are people who watch me who have been in Young Living before. It is entirely possible that you might be involved in this breach. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I know MLM Exit did post links to like what to do if I've been in a data breach. I'll have all of her sources linked down below and stuff too. I'll have all those links down below and you can do with it as you please, as you need to. I did want to start out by sharing that because wow, and it's extra sketchy that Young Living apparently hasn't said anything. Like usually if a company is going to do something about this, they'll send out an email. And I don't think they'd even be just sending emails out to active distributors. They'd probably send it out to every single email that they have on their file, like to be like, hey, just so you know. They can't even like take a moment to tell people about that. Like, I don't know, it just seems a little sketchy and irresponsible and like they don't care about you. Wow, shocking. Anyway, so apparently that's the thing. The second thing I want to go over today is some comp plan changes, and I know that doesn't sound super exciting. However, Young Living in the past has been in a bit of, I guess, controversy over the past few years because, like, for example, Mary Young came out, I want to say it was about 3 years ago now. It was at a New Year's kickoff. Mary Young came out and she was all like, hey, we're operating at a loss.
What do you think we're paying to bring those oils in? How long do you think Young Living could survive if we don't have any profit and we're operating in the hole? We're operating at a loss.
There were other leaked audio things from Mary Young of her saying like, yep, we gotta change the comp plan again or else we're gonna go down, blah, blah, blah.
Our CFO said, Mary, if you don't stop this in 6 months, Young Living will be bankrupt. You're gonna change the comp plan again? I said, yep, sure am. She said, oh, I don't think that's a good idea. And I said, well, I do. And she said, are you sure about that? I said, yes, I am. We have to change it. Did we have a choice? No. Do we have a choice? No.
All right, I'm back.
And I watched a few minutes of this video that we're gonna watch today. That again, MLM Exit sent to me, so thank you again for providing this glorious piece of content. She says some things that I'm like, oh wait, what? So yeah, I want to go over all that with you. I had a lot of questions and a lot of thoughts come into mind as I was watching this, and I only watched, I think, the first like 4 minutes, and even then I was like, what is happening? Let's just press play. Let's watch this video together. Oh, and the exciting part of it is that we get to hear from the Mary Young today, aka Donald Duck, if we're gonna be mean about it, and I am. She sounds like Donald Duck. Okay, she's always just such an interesting character to listen to speak. Here we go. Here's Mary Young telling us all about how they have to change the comp plan yet again.
Hello to all my friends.
Hi, Mary.
To our brand partners who are working so diligently to build Young Living. As many of you know, before starting Young Living with Gary, I spent more than 10 years building a successful network marketing business in another company.
Honestly, I didn't know that. Well, maybe I did and I just forgot. Like, imagine Mary Young being your upline. Imagine this woman being your upline. Imagine this woman being the one to tell you like how to be successful in multi-level marketing. No thanks.
The experience that I gained and the things that I learned have helped me immensely when making critical decisions about Young Living. I will forever be grateful for the years that I spent on the member side of this business. I love the world of network marketing because I still believe that this is one of the last ways that the average person can make a better than average income.
Can is the key word here. Most likely will not. You're just the average Joe. Isn't that a little condescending? Like, the way she said that, it just gives me the ick, right? Am I the only one who feels that way? This seems like, hey, you peasants, if you want to make any significant amount of money at all, you better join Young Living right now. Meanwhile, it's like, yeah, what planet are you living on, Mary? MLM is not doing that great right now. So what are you going off about, silly lady? I put a primer on my eyes and this eyeshadow is leaving patches. All right, Unique. It's no wonder apparently no one fucking works for you anymore.
I was the average person, and I remember how grateful I was, and still am.
I'm sorry, like, I know I'm pausing a lot, but like, the way she says that, okay, first of all, no, lots of thoughts here. Mary, you're not an average person now. You are the CEO to a multi-billion-dollar company. Apparently. Yeah, you're so average. Shut up, man. You're not. Don't even try to paint yourself out like you're just one of us little guys. You're super not. You were married to essential oil Jesus. Don't play us like that.
For the opportunity to build an income that would meet my needs.
What are your needs? With the amount of money that you have made in your lifetime, what needs? Like, my needs? No, your needs are like food and shelter. Your wants and desires are what's being funded by your CEO-hood. Your needs are no more than anyone else, yet here you are making so much more money than everyone else because you're running the company. Like, define what needs are, dude. I don't think you know at this point, because you know what? You're not an average person, Mary. You are so disconnected from the average person. It's just so yucky when these rich people try to be like, I'm just one of you. No, you're not. Mary, you're super not.
An income that was based on the collective work of my organization. But that organization has to be nurtured and cared for with trust and education so that the team members are able to become successful and reach their goals. At our international convention this year, I stated that I will not abandon the network marketing model.
We'll see about that.
I believe this is the best way to share our unique products with the world and build a strong community working towards the same goals. However, when I see the need to make a change to the compensation plan to make it better, then we go forward with those changes after carefully considering how it will impact organizations throughout Young Living. Today, we are announcing changes to 2 parts of the compensation plan, as well as global alignment of the Fast Start bonus program, which will go into effect on April 1st, which I believe will provide long-term support for your business. Naturally, change is met differently by each individual, but I want to assure you that these changes are based on the needs of our business to make it better for you, our brand partners.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna let her finish that sentence. You are changing things because you've been operating at a loss for at least the last few years. Like, you said that with your own mouth, Mary. Don't make me insert the clip here.
We're operating at a loss.
Oops, did I do that? Yeah, Mary, don't sit here and be like, it's to make it better for you. No, Mary. It's so that you can try to hold on to some more profits there. I swear, rich people think we're stupid. And you know what? Some of us are stupid. But most of us, I think at least, I want to believe that most of us can see right through this kind of bullshit. Who are you fooling besides your cult members? You fooled them for years. Like, I don't know. But the rest of us, it's like, no. Are you gonna try to tell us, Mary, that you have taken a pay cut? I doubt it. Even if she said she's taken a pay cut, I wouldn't believe it.
And to stimulate growth, which is the fuel of a healthy business.
Good luck.
Over the past few years, we have watched the decline in sales volume, resulting in some of your commission checks going down. Of course, this can be attributed to many factors, such as the shutdown of the pandemic and the frustrations that you have experienced as we work to upgrade our website and back office.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about what did she say, the shutdown or the shutdown of the pandemic or whatever. What she's referring to there is that how when 2020 came a-knockin' and COVID-19 was like, what's up everybody, time to shake some stuff up, the MLM industry was doing very well. And that is because many people lost their real jobs in real life and they were desperate. Multi-level marketing distributors jumped on that shit like flies and it worked. They recruited a ton of people, and the multi-level marketing industry during this very uncertain time for most people was booming. It was sending people's commission checks above and beyond what they were ever used to. But that momentum was artificial. Like, it wasn't real. Like, it was based on circumstances that were out of all of our control. So once those circumstances started to get reeled in a little bit, and after some time had passed, and people started realizing like, oh, I basically was duped. I was told that this was going to be a new income opportunity where I can work from home and stay home with my babies and never go into the office again, and oh, turns out it wasn't that at all. By the way, this foundation, I know it's too light for me. It's not as bad as it looks because it does oxidize and it isn't this light once it's like blended in and dried and stuff, but I know it's still too light for me, but I have it and I'm broke, so I'm gonna use it. One of these days I'll get a foundation shade that matches me perfectly. One of these days. Today is not that day, but don't worry, that's why we have bronzer. Okay, so anyway, yeah, it's just funny to me that any MLM CEO like blames the pandemic for their losses, where literally what it was they started growing so much, and so they irresponsibly, all MLMs, not just Young Living, they all irresponsibly started like investing in growing their businesses to meet these new needs, when really it was just like a temporary thing. They only needed some temporary fixes, but they were just like, wow, look at this growth, we're on a roll, and this growth will obviously continue. And it didn't. I look like a clown. Chill, it's fine, everything's fine.
We know how critical it is to have efficient and convenient tools, especially during the enrollment process. I think we all know the power of essential oils and why Gary was driven to take them to the world. But it all takes time. And if the amount of time new brand partners put into building their business does not produce enough income, especially during the early stages, it is only natural they look for other opportunities.
But like, don't try to say that this is like some kind of Young Living problem. Like, this is an industry-wide problem, and y'all are always trying to fix things and trying to change your comp plans and trying to revamp things and be like, oh, this time for sure this is gonna help. It never does. Look at Body. They completely dropped the MLM model this year, and that was after like all of these comp plan changes that pissed people off, which comp plan changes usually do. I haven't even looked to see like if anyone's out here bitching and moaning about these comp plan changes. I'm sure they are. They usually do. But like, meanwhile, that didn't save Body. It didn't save any of the other MLMs that closed down this year. They all try to make these comp plan changes. Mary, you have made multiple comp plan changes in just the past few years alone. It hasn't worked. It won't work. The only way to save your fucking company is to stop being an MLM. Because quite frankly, the reason that y'all are having all these freaking problems, man, is because no one wants to join an MLM anymore. You guys oversold it so hard during the pandemic that now everyone is like, oh, I know what those things are. I joined one of those when I was desperate. I was lied to. I was told that this was gonna be my new job and it super wasn't, so I'm never joining one again. That and the anti-MLM movement has gotten significantly louder over the past few years as well. Like, you can't come back from this. Your only option is to drop the whole network marketing thing. And even then, I don't know if you can save yourself, because you've just like harmed so many people that even then they're gonna be like, even though if I'm spending money with Young Living, it's not going to an upline who's actively lying to their downline and whatever uplines do. It's like, I still can't really trust it. Especially like, girl, your prices. Let's talk about Young Living's prices. Holy moly. Your prices are horse shit. They're so inflated. Listen, I've covered Young Living so much. I'll just link my whole playlist down below. In general, Young Living's products are no better than any other like essential oil brand out there. I don't want to say any other because some of them are like legitimately synthetic, but like you can buy the same quality essential oils from like Plant Therapy, Revive. That's my favorite, even though I'm like super allergic to essential oils and I'm not gonna buy them anymore. I only use them for like aromatherapy anyway. Maybe I'll buy lavender, but that's like it. Actually, I'm pretty sure I'm still allergic to lavender anyway.
It's because you're not using Young Living. It's because you're using Revive.
Shut up, dude. No, they're the same quality, but like half the price, sometimes even less than half the price. Like Young Living's products are so expensive because they have to pay out all these bonuses. There are essential oils that are like $150 for one little bottle of them. It's insane. So there are a lot of things that if you want to save Young Living, Mayor Bear, you need an entire company overhaul, dude.
We realize that our compensation plan does not offer the immediate payment that gig jobs and affiliate programs may offer. But when you build a strong network marketing team, the income can be much more stable and sustainable.
Yeah. When you build a team. We're not even talking about selling essential oils right now. We're talking about recruiting people, and that's how you're gonna make your income. And what do we always say? In MLMs, you cannot make a living wage. You cannot make a wage that's going to pay your bills if you don't recruit a team. And then at that point, it's not about selling the product. It's literally just about recruiting. And that's really the biggest part of why we all hate this industry so much, because it's dishonest, selfish, it's just nasty in all ways conceivable. But yeah, Mary Young just freaking came out and said it. She's just like, yup, if you build a team, you'll have good income. What about selling the oils? Hey, Mary, what about selling the products? Hello? Is that just secondary to you?
In 2013, Gary and I changed to our current compensation plan. We were on a path that was unsustainable, and without the change, Young Living would have imploded.
Okay, that's hilarious, first of all. But second of all, we have audio clips of Mary after Gary died talking about needing to change the compensation plan. What do you mean you're still using the same compensation plan? Like, you have made changes and pissed people off, and they've left because of these compensation plan changes. What are you talking about?
With this change, we knew that many of our top-ranking leaders were going to see a temporary dip in their commission earnings. So Gary decided to allocate a small percentage of total commissionable sales to the Diamonds as the Diamond Leadership Bonus to help them through the transition more smoothly.
So to give more money to the people who are already making all the money. What about the other 99% of people who are hardly making any money at all with Young Living? Let's not help them out. Let's help out the people who are doing all the recruiting. It's just scummy. It's gross.
With the change, our business began to grow with more excitement than ever before, and within a year, most of the leaders saw their commission earnings surpass anything they had received before the change. However, the Diamond Leadership Bonus was originally intended to be temporary, a bridge during the transition time, but all these years later, it is still being paid. Now, let's talk about the exciting changes that are coming. The first one is the Diamond Leadership Bonus, together with the Silverbound Bonus, will be repurposed as the rank achievement bonus to be paid to brand partners as they advance through the ranks of Senior Star, Executive, and Silver. We believe this will incentivize more people to join and build a Young Living business, which will increase the commission earnings for everyone who is building.
For everyone who is building, but not for the people who are doing all the work. It's so scummy the way she's saying this. It's just like, you are literally building your business organization off the backs of the people who are doing all the freaking work. And Mary's like, well, we're gonna award you for all the work of the people that you recruited. Even though all you did was recruit them.
You were a leader, you were building your team, and you were offering education and support.
No, dude, come on. Even your education is bullshit in this, because are you really going to sit here and tell me that this book has all the answers? These hands have all the answers? Hey, did you know that if you put some essential oil right here, it helps your tonsil? Please. That's not education. You're just lying to people, dude.
The second change affects how the Generation Leadership Bonus is distributed. This is something that I wish had been part of the compensation plan when I was building my first network marketing business, because it is a specific way to reward the leaders who are growing. This is a leadership bonus that will have requirements that must be met to be eligible beyond achieving or maintaining rank just to earn it. The second change we are making is to the Generation Leadership Bonus, which is like a profit-sharing bonus and is paid to the leadership ranks.
It's like
6.25% of the commissionable sales for each month is divided by the total number of leadership shares earned by each eligible brand partner.
6.25 is the most random fucking number. Like, where did you come up with that? Also, I'm probably gonna just like fast forward through so much of this because, or even just cut it out, because comp plan talk is not interesting to me. Comp plan talk is a lot of mumbo jumbo that doesn't really make any sense, and you have to like really think about it. I will have this entire video linked in the description so you guys can go watch through it if you want, but I'm just telling you, like, Mary is out here just being like, here's this bonus and here's how do you achieve it, but here's all these examples that make no sense. And it's like, okay, well, whatever. The thing is, all you're really missing here, and anything that I'm cutting out or speeding up or whatever, it's all leadership. Like, leadership. I understand the thought process there. The thought process is, if there are more incentives to rank up, then more people will do it, and more people will sign up, and more people will try for it. But I'm sorry, there's always been an incentive. There's always been more of an incentive to try to build a team than to just sit there and sell essential oils as a side hustle. Like, the incentives in every MLM are there to be a leader. Like, you're just adding on these bonuses. Some of them, she was like, that's $100. Wow, $100? Amazing. I can't even buy groceries with that. It's not brag worthy. My point is, you know, unless she's gonna get to it, she's not really giving anyone an incentive to just sign up and sell the oils, you know? Right. And that makes up for a very big percentage of the entire organization. She's sitting here offering all these new things to leaders, and so far it's been nothing for the people who just sign up. The incentive's already there to rank up. It's always been there. But you're not adding an incentive to sign up in the first place. I don't get it. And I don't see what she thinks this is doing.
Silvers receive 1 share, golds 2 shares, platinums 3 shares, and diamonds 4 shares, crown diamonds 5 shares, and royal crown diamonds 6 shares.
Oh yeah, also that whole thing. Yeah, they're doing sounds like a founder's pool kind of thing that all the other MLMs are doing. Cool, really unique. You know, definitely is not a thing that any other MLM has ever done. Wow. Mary, if you are operating at a loss, you're not making profits. If this is a profit sharing pool, don't you have to be making profits? When in your own words, Mary, you've been saying that you've been operating at a loss. So where's this money coming from? I don't get it.
However, that is now going to change. And on April 1st, 2025, the number of shares allocated to each rank will be adjusted, and all diamond ranks will be eligible to receive 3 shares. Silvers, golds, and platinums will be eligible for 2 shares. And I'm very excited to announce that with this new change, executives will now be eligible to receive 1 share.
Okay, wait, hold on. So, okay, I thought that was new. I didn't know they had a founder pool before. But what she's saying is, hey, leaders, go fuck yourselves. We're taking one of your shares away and giving it to the executives. This still isn't an incentive for people to just sign up. Yeah, it's an incentive to rank up, but that incentive has always been there.
You will be eligible to earn shares on the leaders within your organization for which you qualify. Silvers and above will now be eligible to earn 1 share for each executive, and each executive will now earn 1 share on their own qualification. The number of shares that you earn on anyone is determined by your qualifying rank.
Okay, so if you are a leader, like a diamond, and then you have executives in your downline, then you get extra shares for them. Okay, so it doesn't sound like they're telling them to go fuck themselves. They're just telling them that they have to try harder now. There's more of an incentive to build up leaders. Cool. Again, the leader shit. Come on.
For example, if you are a platinum earning shares on a diamond in your organization, you will earn 2 shares for the diamond because you are just a platinum and not 3 shares. Senior stars, executives, and silvers are by far our biggest ranks in numbers. They are building and they are excited. By rewarding them financially, they will have more income to work with and will be more inclined to stay with us. They are the strong foundation of our business, and as you support their growth, you will start to see your commission checks increase. Hundreds of hours have been spent on analyzing organizations and their leaders, looking at numbers and calculating behavior. The first option is identical to that for the executive silver and gold ranks, to personally enroll or reactivate at least 1 customer or brand partner each month with a minimum order of 100 PV. The second option is to attend a paid, qualifying Young Living event such as a planting, a harvest, glamping, men's camp, Experience YL, a Young Living Foundation service trip, market anniversaries, or an international or regional convention during the commission month to qualify for that month.
So they'll qualify you for new bonuses if you show up at their farms and learn about shit. Watch them plant some seeds. I mean, but that requires travel, hotels, and accommodations. That requires money to be able to do that. And I understand that the incentive is like, we're gonna give you, you know, more education. Like, that's cool, I guess. I wish your education was more scientifically based and sound, but you know what? Planting seeds in the ground, like, I'll take it, okay? What the fuck is glamping in Young Living terms anyway? What?
When I was building my business, my greatest joy was seeing the growth and success of those in my organization.
All right,
with these
everyone
new
hops.
changes, there are incentives for working at greater depths within your organization. I am confident that you will start to see the excitement grow as people see the financial rewards. I am here for you, as are all of those in the office. We want you to be successful, and we are excited to partner with you, support you, and share in your success. There are so many changes taking place, and I believe these changes will make Young Living stronger in supporting all of you in the field. Our world is changing for the better, and wonderful new things are coming. So get out your valor, highest potential, motivation, and the Divine Destiny Trio, and let the oils open up your minds to a greater adventure in health and abundance as we journey together to take our mission to the world.
I'm sorry, did she say Divine Destination? Is that an essential oil blend that they have? Are you suggesting that your place in Young Living is divine? That there was divine intervention to get you into this company? Cool. Hey, by the way, hashtag not sponsor anything. This Wet Cherry by Lime Crime is my favorite lip gloss, like, ever. You can buy it on Amazon. I'll put an affiliate link in the description, actually. You should buy this. It's so freaking good. It's my favorite. It tastes amazing. This is Bitter Cherry. That's the shade I'm using, but it comes in a few different shades, so I love it. You can't go wrong with it. It's great. Anyway, is that the end here? Looks like it. Alrighty, well, if you're wondering, this this unique palette. I feel like the matte shades are patchy, not cute, and for $52, I'd rather gouge my own eyes out. Anyway, guys, that is the end of all the updates I have for Young Living. You know, usually they do like a New Year's kickoff event or something, so if anyone has access to that and would like to share it with me, please let me know. Behind the scenes, that's always the magical stuff. That's always when Mary Young gets up there and says the most ridiculous stuff. So before we end it here, as always, I have to thank my patrons and my members, guys. The list of names I'm about to read off are my financial supporters. They get access to things like our private Discord server. We have a postcard club, which, by the way, okay, hey, if you're here and you're in the postcard club and you are Canadian, I got 3 of you right here that I haven't been able to mail out yet for your Christmas cards because apparently the Canadian Postal Service went on strike and the USPS is just like, don't try to mail stuff because we're just going to return it to you. So if you're Canadian, maybe hold off on joining the postcard club for a while, but for everyone else, the postcard club's really fun. And, you know, sometimes even more than that. So if any of that sounds good to you, you can go to patreon.com/SavannahMarie, or you can click the join button beneath this video to join our YouTube memberships. Just whatever platform you want to join on works for me if it works for you. So with that, the biggest thank you in the whole wide world goes to Fluffy Duckbutt 24, Elaine, AJC, Ferd Turkison Esquire, Love to Be Evil, Just Mark, Baby Pink Pearl, Alice Wagner, LaSalle Story, Fallon Harris, Jessica Billhart, Emion, Hula Chowdown, Jacqueline Nutton, Kessie Drew, KJ Barnes, Leanne, Caroline Reed, Daniel Urena, Maddie Darley, Ray, and Stephanie Mayfield. And to the rest of my financial supporters, thank you so much for being here and being you. I hope your holiday season was everything you hoped it would be. And I wish I could say I was excited for 2025, but honestly, I'm just scared. Not for like me on YouTube, but just for the world. Mostly the country I live in, but the world also. Happy 2025, all right? I'll catch you later. See ya. Bye.
We trust our memory a lot. Not just our individual memory of people we know or things we need to do, but our collective memory, of society's memory as a whole. From advancements in science to political decisions, we trust that we're at the forefront of humanity because on the timeline, we're at the very front of humanity. And because of that, we have thousands of years of good and bad decisions to learn off of. But what if we're forgetting something? What if in the same way you might forget someone's name or a thing you had to do, what if we as a culture can't seem to remember something? What if in our understanding of histories, culture, technology, what if there is a massive ink blot on the page? But even if there is some stuff missing, it shouldn't matter, right? Because as far as we know, we're the most advanced our species has ever been. Or at least, as far as we know. And that is the terror of today's series, The Oldest View. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The Oldest View by Kane Pixels is probably the best scary thing on the internet ever. I may be speaking in slight hyperbole, but it's close. Not only is the craftsmanship of the series incredible to anyone who even takes a quick glance at it, but what I want to talk about today is how the writing and the understated horror of the series work so well as well. I can't think of another recent project that has so easily stolen my mind as The Oldest View. I think about this stupid giant like twice a week. And it's because the backstory, the setup, the payoff, everything revolving around the giant is so well done. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Today, I want to talk about The Oldest View and what makes it so special. We're going to start with a linear walkthrough of the series itself, and then from there move into analysis and trying to explain what all of it means. So most importantly, if I haven't talked you into The Oldest View yet, I don't know what will. All I can say is if you haven't seen it yet, before you watch this video, it will be linked in the description. Go watch it, enjoy it for yourself. Don't let me rob you of your first experience. The series has received a lot of praise, and rightfully so. Even people who have no idea what any of it means know that there's something moving behind the curtain. And I, for one, can't wait to talk about it. My only public relationship with The Oldest View is the several million views worth of videos of me screaming and whimpering like a child in front of a live audience. And I can never fix that, but hopefully this blurs that at least a little bit, but probably not. But yeah, hopefully here I can do something at least a little bit thought-provoking to add to the pile of me crying. So do with that what you will, and also do what you will with the new merch. For the summer, I once again partnered with Juniper to come out with a new t-shirt design, and they informed me that I say the phrase "do what you will" a lot, which I thought was a thing that a lot of people said, but it turns out they don't. So anyway, it's on a t-shirt now. Not only, as with any of Juniper's designs, the guys who have done my previous merch, is the design incredibly comfortable, and the print itself is actual stitching that is raised above the lining of the shirt, but check out the back. That is right, a super cool, once again, raised stitching of the logo with text that says things like "under the iceberg," and looks like I'm really punk and an adult, while once again we talk about me crying over a cardboard statue. And along with the t-shirt, I am dropping the first in a series of cryptid pins. That is right, I'm releasing a series of cryptid pins, starting with some of my favorite cryptids. Since my logo is based on the Wendigo, this technically counts.
We farming.
Along with Braxy, the Flatwoods monster, and of course, Mothman. There will be more of these metallic cryptid pins in future drops, but I wanted to start with some of my favorites. So you can get the pins as well as the t-shirt for a limited time before they're gone forever at the link in the description. As always, the link is wendigoon.shop. It will be available for a limited amount of time.
I have to have every mount in the damn game because I have a mental illness.
Also, when you're watching this, I will be making ready to begin the Stalker movie tour. Most
losing
of the seats have sold out, but there's a few left, so if you're interested in meeting me on the tour, and get in on those while you can, also with the link in the description. I won't take up too much more time, but between how the merch is performing to how the tour is performing, just thank you all for everything. I'm almost done paying rent, but if you're still here, then stick around after the ad when we talk about these unexplainable nightmares.
I find it so addicting.
And make me sad if I think about them for too long.
But before we start talking about an inexplicable evil, let's talk about
I shouldn't be back, but I'm back.
With today's sponsor, AG1. AG1 is the daily foundational nutritional supplement that I, as well as many, have come to know and love. Not only because AG1 contains things that you're probably missing out on your daily diet, like probiotics, various vitamins and minerals, but because whenever I start to put the things in my body that my body needs,
yo, we got a fragment!
AG1 helps.
We're up in this bitch! Let's go!
Being a YouTuber, I'm about as chronically online as it gets. So
6 more to go! Let's go!
Act that way is good by me. Most of us don't realize that we're so low energy because, again, our body is missing out on key nutritional supplements that we should be getting. And as it turns out, I'm not the only one that feels that way, as AG1 is
I will say,
by
just having some
research
fun
studies.
stuff
In a
in the
research
background
study,
to listen to.
over
This is
90%
Wendigoon.
of participants
He covers,
said that after 30 days,
covers
they
some
felt more
fun,
energy. And I, for one, feel the same way. And the best part is, instead of being a bunch of
like
different
true crime
pills,
as well as like
multivitamins,
internet
supplements I have to
stuff.
take every day, AG1
cool.
is instead just one drink. Because with 12 ounces of water and a spoonful of AG1, you're good to go. I like AG1 because it makes my body less sad and miserable for the things that I don't give it. And if you're interested at getting in on this deal, then today is a great time to get in on the offer. That's because right now, if you head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon or scan the QR code, along with your order of AG1, you will receive a free welcome kit. This includes 5 extra days of AG1 in their convenient travel packs, a bottle of vitamin D3 and K2 to get even more of the nutrition that you need, and a free shaker bottle. That's right, to get in on all of this along with your first subscription of AG1, head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon or scan the QR code to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to AG1 for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description and the QR code, and we are back to the video.
We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. The Oldest View is a big series with a lot to talk about. So let's start at the beginning. The first video of The Oldest View was uploaded on March the 19th of 2023. The title of this video being Renewal. This episode clocks in at one of the shortest in the series at just over 4 minutes in length. As it opens, we see a man standing in a world that is black and white, other than the greenery of the nature around him. The man picks up a flower before he walks to a river and sets on a log. As he begins reading and writing in his journal, the camera pans up to follow his view. We fade into the image of someone creating a giant face. We don't know what this is for yet, but we will soon.
Seriously,
as
you
we
farmed
stare
for
at the
4
unfinished
hours the
face,
other day?
we hear the song
Holy
When
shit,
the Swallows
bro,
Homeward
that's-
Fly by Alan
I'm
Thompson.
sorry,
And on
holy
this
crap.
visual, the video ends. Nothing that you saw
Now you
is
have me
supposed to make sense
questioning
yet,
life
but it will later.
decisions.
The second video, Beneath the Earth, was uploaded on May the 15th, 2023. The video opens with us once again looking up at a canopy of trees. However, as we're looking up, the sound of what seems to be a rolling wheel
Hey,
is
buddy.
heard. Quickly, the camera cuts to
How's
someone
it
named
going?
Wyatt going on a vlogged adventure. Wyatt, who is voiced by Kane
thank you,
Pixels
thank
himself,
you. How
says
you
that he
doing?
has found something interesting on a park just outside
was like, I
town.
think I
Wyatt doesn't give
recognize
us a
the name.
specific location
Nice.
as he says this is far into private property and
Yeah.
he doesn't want to get into trouble.
Someone tells
However,
me
he
I'm
found
gonna
something
regret
strange while
wasting
out
my
on a
time
walk,
doing this.
and
But I
can't
need
help
to
but
have
show
the
other
mount
people. He gets to the
because
top
I
of the
have a
hillside, and
mental
underneath the
illness
shade of a large
and problem.
tree, there seems to be
Problem is I
a
don't
hole in the
own the
ground.
mount yet.
This hole gives way to a massive tunnel. This tunnel seems to be some kind of staircase that drops straight down into the earth. This was all special effects. I don't even know how you start to learn to do this. Wyatt steps into the tunnel, imagining that it must connect to some kind of bunker or storage system. He makes the interesting note as he steps into the tunnel that it seems as if the staircase used to go higher, but was seemingly cut off into the ground above. Wyatt points out a couple of anomalies regarding the staircase, other than, the fact that it exists in the first place. For one, it's in the middle of nowhere, and two, the lights being on imply that someone is still using this facility. Despite a lot of rain over the past several days, as Wyatt mentions, there seems to be no rainwater in this staircase, which again doesn't make sense because there's just a giant hole where the top of the staircase used to be. Wyatt ventures down the staircase, and when he gets to a breaking point, he turns to his left to see that the staircase just continues even further down. Wyatt also makes another interesting point that it seems that the block incisions into the rock on either side of the staircase implies that rooms either once existed there or were designed to be added on later. Again, pointing to the idea that he may be in some kind of megastructure, or at least something that was once intended to be that. Eventually, Wyatt gets to the bottom of the staircase and comes across a large, black, wooden door. A lot of the horror in the oldest view is very understated and subtle. There's a few moments like this that really capitalize on it. The picture of the door, the way it pans up, the way it's shot, the way it breaks pace from everything we've seen up until then in Wyatt's journey, it feels like we're watching a crime scene investigation. It gives a sense of gravity of something uncanny in a world of uncanny that we've already stepped into. Wyatt steps through the black door, only to find that it leads to some kind of derelict shower. Stepping to the other side of this ruined shower, there is a metal gate that when peering under it, Wyatt discovers something odd. On the other side of this metal gate is a sort of kiosk. Not only that, but unlike the room and staircase he was previously in, the room in front of him seems to be carpeted and well kept. Wyatt steps underneath the gate to see that this small room isn't the largest mystery this complex has to offer. As it seems the room beyond this small area is an entire shopping mall, here with music and indifference in the middle
a
of
little
the
bit.
earth. This is for most people
I
where the
have-
series gets interesting. It went from kind of
Not the
abstract
craziest,
images
definitely not the
and like a
craziest,
strange
but I
staircase to there is an entire shopping mall underground. Well, with this
822
proposition of
maps.
something weird, Kane takes us into the next
Make of
episode.
that
The
what
third
you
video in the oldest view is called The Rolling Giant, and this is where the majority
It's
of our
definitely not the
story up
most.
until
There's
this point
people with way
occurs.
more.
Rolling Giant was posted on October
But-
the 8th of 2023. As with the past two
Yeah,
episodes,
whenever
our
they
opening
release a
shot
mount
is
like
that
this,
of
I have to
nature,
go get it.
while in the background,
I have gotten a little
sounds
slack,
of
though. There's stuff
screaming
from the
or
last expansion
excitement
I
can be
still need to
heard
farm out.
as a steady rumbling
But,
goes louder and
things
louder. Once again, we are
basically
suddenly cut
from
back in
Legion
to Wyatt's next
before,
vlog. Wyatt,
I've
despite
farmed all
the impossibility of this discovery, has decided to keep it to himself. Wyatt mentions that he is currently a business major,
I've
but
bought and
previously
acquired as
to
many
this degree
mounts as I
had
can.
a
I buy
botany
every
professor
mount they put
whom
on
he
this
was close
store.
with.
I'm
Wyatt
their ideal
figures
customer when
that
it comes
given
to
this
that
structure underneath the earth, it's some
I
kind
just-
of government
I like the
project
collection.
or super rich secret meetup or something.
I'm that way
so
with,
before he
pets,
ventures back, he
too.
places
I
some
have,
trail cams to see what he's getting into. However, after leaving them there for some time,
the staircase doesn't seem to have any visitors. The last of these pictures from the trail cam being taken on May the 22nd, 2023. This
I don't know what my
later.
unique number
So
is,
Wyatt,
'cause I have
unable to stay away from this
multiples
incredible discovery, has
of
decided to
pets,
venture in once
but
again.
yeah, I have a lot
When
of
Wyatt
pets,
makes
too.
his way to the staircase this
I like
time,
collecting
he notes
shit.
that a light at the top of the staircase
I could tell you, I
has gone
care
out.
nothing
He gives
at
a
all
brief
about
mention
T-Mog,
that a mining
and then
company,
they added
as well
this
as various
shit where
locals,
you could
own the
collect the
land that the
appearances, and I was
structure
like,
is
I'm
underneath.
game. I
Basically,
just
there's
wanna
no
collect
clear
everything,
giveaway
and
as to what the
that's probably
mall
my
might
least
be used for
fulfilled
based on
collection
who owns the
stuff,
land.
but now I
Another unique
actually wanna
thing
collect
that
all
Wyatt
that
mentions
because
is that the fragrance
a
of the
way to
staircase
catalog
itself
all
is
of
like
it
that
and
of
not having
cut
to put it in
grass,
the
or
fucking
more
bank.
specifically, a cornfield. Wyatt once again ventures down the staircase, past the door, past the showers, through the kiosk, and then once again to the gate that leads its way into the rest of the mall. Wyatt goes to open the gate, but the roller gate gets away from him, flying into the ceiling and making a loud crash. Wyatt freaks out and runs back to the staircase, but after some time has passed, he finally ventures into the underground mall. The special effects are so good that it's easy to show someone just a few minutes of any section from this video and have them convinced it was shot on set. I also want to mention, Kane's effects are so good that a bunch of people on TikTok were convinced that the footage from this episode was actual footage of someone discovering a secret underground elite cabal of human trafficking and devil worship and whatnot.
That's fair.
I think that's how you know
I mean,
you've made
I
it
think a
as
lot
a
of people-
visual
I mean,
effects
everyone has the
artist
thing that
when your
puts some jazz
YouTube
with the
project
game.
can
I
be
like
used as a
collecting
psyop.
and lore.
Kane is a master of his
I
craft
like
when it
pushing
comes to
hard
storytelling,
content, don't get me wrong,
effects,
like, I like
directing. And while the
pushing
primary
for
point of
mythic,
this video is to talk about the
bosses and I
storytelling
like
aspect of it,
high-end
the
mythic
other
plus.
parts, like the visuals
I
on
just-
display,
if you
can't
had to,
be
like,
overstated.
weigh
Stepping into the mall,
collecting
Wyatt
versus-
sees that there is an
collecting
AMC
and the lore
theater
and the
in the
questing
middle of the mall,
versus
as well as
that, I would
advertisement
pick
for things
the
like the
questing
Midtown AR wall,
if I had
or a healthy promotional poster
But
that
not
says,
everyone
"Can
would.
you
A lot of
name
people would
8
pick
veggies
the-
that begin with the letter B?"
the challenge
Wyatt, at one point, even making the mention that this reminds him of the back rooms he saw
I
on
like-
TikTok.
I like that
After
there's
passing by a
something for
sign, we see that
Like
this
that- I
mall
like that there's
is the
options.
Valley View
Like,
Center
this
at Dallas
grind here
Midtown, and that it is
does
currently
kinda suck.
going through redevelopment.
But you
Wyatt
very much don't
continues
have to
to
do
walk
it.
through
It
the
is
mall,
literally
coming
just for a
across
mount.
several art
And if-
studios.
it's
The most
the only
important
reason to do
poster
it.
he
You don't
comes
need
across
the mount. The
is
mount
one
is
that
far from
says, in
required.
large letters,
People
"We're
that care
back,"
about parsing and
detailing
pushing
the
hard content,
recreation
this is, like,
of the
the
Parade
most
of Giants
nonsense
from the
content
Margaret
that you can
Hunt
fully
Hill
ignore,
Bridge
which I
opening.
like. I like
Now,
that
all the details of
there's
this mall
no
are
reason for them to
hyper-specific,
engage.
and we'll get into that later,
And
but
that
what I want to talk
engaging
about
with the
now
ring
is the
stuff
image on
is
the
really
poster.
simple.
We see on the poster a giant, bearded, cardboard figure
and it brings different
with
people
huge
from
hands
different
made out of flowers.
play styles
Now, while
together.
many
Like, there's
people,
overlap.
and by many people I mean myself,
it's
What on
it
God's
brings
earth
people
is that?
collect and like to
Absolutely not.
push hard content
No,
together. Like, it's
no,
not
I'm
exclusive.
not
This is
not
only
playing
for
this
people that do
game.
this,
Where-
or this
all
is
right,
only
guys,
for
we're watching Radar now. Radar, it's a new horror series, bro. bro, I hate everything about this. I hate,
will say, this
I hate
farm is dumb as
uncanny,
shit.
like
The fact
it's
you have to get
human, but
7
it's
different-
not
like, a
BS.
bunch of different
And I know,
rooms
I
and
see
you don't
the
wanna
rooms.
see them
again and learn their stories?
I see. What
have
did
a
you
bunch
say?
of
Say that again.
different aspects to them.
See them again, learn their stories.
He's very kind looking. What about this is kind looking, Alex? What do you mean?
He wants to give you a hug. With
Yeah,
those arms.
its hands are bigger than its head. It looks like it wants to
Awesome.
rip you into ribbons.
Or bigger hugs.
Or bigger hugs. Yeah, that's why it's so big.
found this visage to be absolutely terrifying on first glance. What I want to point out now is that on closer inspection, and this will become apparent as the series goes on, this is the same figure we saw being constructed in Renewal, as in the cardboard face that was only partially assembled seems to be the first steps of this giant flower-handed thing. Wyatt continues to walk through the mall, and after seeing a giant mural of an
Yeah.
octopus on the back
That
wall, he
tracks.
quickly turns to his right to see the giant from the poster
Cyan
now standing in
finished
front
it,
of him.
but he
Which,
said it took
the first
him to,
time that
do
I
all of
saw
the
this,
farms for
it
it
sent me
took
to
him
heaven.
Hours.
If that octopus
Like 2
moves,
to
I'm
3
out, bro.
hours.
Oh my gosh!
I got one Rune Key done.
I won.
I have
That's how you know.
this where I need 2 more, and
That
then
was
this I
it.
need 6.
That was like the biggest jump scare reaction I've ever seen out of you.
This is like the highest
The whole time
honor
I've
you can
been here,
achieve.
I've gotten.
He was dwelling on the poster of him so hard.
It's not looking great.
And then it happened. He got the nightmare.
I think he died.
Yeah, it's
But I
well,
am
hey, Chet,
refilling
we're
my
taking
coffers.
your streamer died.
Yeah, can you do a good Wendigoon impression?
Oh, hey guys, I'm covering my
he's back.
catalog.
Dude, that's the worst thing. That hold on, let me think about it before I say this. That, as far as like an image, right? Like a second appearance, might be
this is the one that drops
jump
from
scare
any mob.
I've got
I think you have to be in the store.
any of these
I think
series, bro.
It drops from any mob in the store.
Big. And like oh gosh,
The other
the
ones
space
seem
that
like
it's in
they
is
are a
so
grind,
menacing
but this
too.
one's probably
It's such a
the
quiet
worst.
menace, and then just this.
So I'd rather just get this one out.
Oh, I hate it. Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
I can't describe what it is about the giant specifically. It is a combination of its size, its outstretched hands taking up so much space in the room, the uncanniness of the eyes, the way the white dots imply
you know
so
what?
much
That's
depth, even though there
reassuring.
is none. There's something so
am
broken
reassured to hear
and
that, at least.
wooden about its construction that the idea of it moving or the idea of it being the threat is incredibly off-putting to me. I understand a lot of people
I'm not doing
find
anything. I'm literally
this
just hanging
giant
out. I've been playing
flower
hardcore,
thing
I've
funny,
been drinking,
and
so it's like,
me incredibly stupid for being afraid of it. And guess what?
Dude,
You're
mix it
probably right, and I also don't care. It's my video. Wyatt begins to
I had
approach
gotten to
this
61,
giant
died
before
at
suddenly
60. I
the
got
mall
to
turns on,
53
almost as if
yesterday and
it's
died.
opening hours for the
Just
structure
something really
itself.
dumb.
With this,
It was a
Wyatt
good
is
lesson.
terrified that he has
I learned
either
about
activated something
kidnappers
or
and
someone's
don't
about to
engage
come in.
5 of them at
So
the same
quickly
time,
and
'cause they will
quietly, Wyatt
snag
tries
you
to run
into
back to the
oblivion.
exit. However, when he gets to the staircase that he
but,
entered in,
yeah,
he finds that
I'm
the
enjoying
staircase is collapsed. In a panic, Wyatt begins to
But I
try
was
to
like,
shovel
yeah, I'm
rubble out of his way
But I
or
was like, I'm
find
ready for a
some
little
means
bit
of
of a
getting
break,
back up
something
before realizing it's futile. Wyatt sits there for who knows how long, potentially realizing that mistakes had been made and something bad might happen. So with no means of going back up, Wyatt must now find another way out. He steps out of the kiosk containing the now destroyed staircase and sees a series of exit signs across the ceiling. As he begins to follow the path, he sees again more art studios. Not only do several of these buildings contain art in windows, as well as pictures of a bearded man and of the giants, these windows contain several interesting illustrations. We see illustrations of a bearded figure, as well as giants very similar to the giant bearded flower thing we saw a moment earlier.
I will
Out front
tell
of these
you, the
displays,
fact that you
there's
can
also
lose it
leaves
all
on the
from
ground.
one
A
misplay
surprising change of pace
makes it
from
really
the entirely industrial
I
mall
love
we've
the
seen
risk.
up until
The-
this
the
point, or
inherent
at least that
gameplay
Wyatt
is
has
not
seen
hard,
from within the structure.
But the
Eventually,
fact that
Wyatt
you
gets
need
to
to
the
be
exit to
vigilant
find
and
that
it's
it
a
only
constant
leads
knowledge
to
check.
bedrock. Sure, in a normal mall
I
design,
have
this
a
is
lot
where
of
the
fun with
glass front entrance would be located, but here it simply opens
I
up
rec-
into
I
the earth
recommend
that the mall
people
is
that have
consumed
played
under.
WoW a
As
long
Wyatt ventures back
time,
to the center of the
of
mall,
any
trying to
variety,
figure out
any
what to do
form of
next,
WoW, they should
thunder
check
can be
it out.
heard,
It is
causes
worth-
the lights to flicker,
it is worth a
and the music
try.
to stop. Looking across
I've
the
found it
atrium in the
highly
middle of the mall, Wyatt sees
Just
the giant from
because
before
it's
now
so easy to
rolled
get
into a
into,
different position.
and
Wyatt figures this must be
it is a
someone
knowledge
playing
check.
games with him. With no other avenue of escape, Wyatt
If you've done
begins to
that,
approach
and I've
the
never done,
giant.
I
However,
know
as
about that, I've
Wyatt
never
gets
done it
closer,
myself. I need to
he
get
loses
back. I need
sight
to
of the
actually get
giant
into
for
old
an
school.
instant.
Yeah, I should try
And as he
that,
does,
but
giant
you've done that,
disappears.
then you get it.
Wyatt is now
It's
sure
a lot like
that
that,
something in the mall is messing with him. Wyatt finds a map of the mall and tries to locate an exit there. Another interesting thing that we see of the mall during this section is if you look into the pit at the middle of the atrium, it seems that a wall from the mall has been destroyed or ripped down. This is one of the only signs we see, at least for now, of the mall in a state of disrepair. Wyatt follows the exit on the map earlier only to find that it is once again another dead end. This time simply leading to a kid's playground and, once again, more artist studios. However, this studio, Midtown Artist Studios to be specific, doesn't seem to be a studio at all. And when Wyatt gets close, bizarrely, it is a giant forest. A giant forest complete with the sounds of birds and nature beyond the roller gate.
Thanks,
As Wyatt
dude.
begins
Happy
to
New
wonder
Year,
what
and
this
you have
could
a good
mean,
one. I'll talk to you
suddenly
later.
there is a noise from the
Get
center
your
of
arm
the
for
mall.
some,
The noise
some
almost
rain.
being a kind of squeaking, as if something is being wheeled around very quickly. Wyatt begins to slowly make his way to the center of the wall when suddenly he hears the squeaking again, to turn around and see that the giant is standing right behind him. Wyatt says hello, once again assuming that someone is doing this, but there's no response. Wyatt begins to turn around and walk away when he suddenly hears the rolling wheels once more before spinning around to see that the giant is getting closer. Wyatt doesn't know what's going on. He believes now that something more sinister is at play. He says to the giant that he's leaving and begins to hurriedly walk away. Thunder happens once again and the sound of the giant's rolling continues. Only this time, when Wyatt turns to face it, it doesn't stop. The giant keeps getting closer. Wyatt sprints as fast as he can, making his way to the escalator. Once Wyatt is on the escalator, the giant stops its pursuit, seemingly because it can't make it up the stairs. The giant then slowly turns around and pushes itself away, back in the direction that the chase began. This spin also confirms to both us and Wyatt that it is not a person controlling the rolling giant, as it seems the giant is controlling itself. Wyatt is confused and terrified by this and desperate to find a way out. As Wyatt is looking down another hallway for a path of escape, he comes across a Bard's store. As he begins to make his way back to the center of the mall, the giant is now blocking his path and getting closer quickly. Wyatt begins to throw himself into the store door as the giant gets closer. Wyatt breaks down the bar, sprinting into the room with moments to spare. Before entering a maze of corridors at the back of the mall, he gives one last look to the entrance to see the giant right before it shatters the glass and begins to chase him. Wyatt begins sprinting through the back rooms of the mall, hurriedly trying to lose track of the giant behind him. Potentially realizing that it doesn't seem the rolling giant could follow him down the tight corridors, Wyatt quiets himself and begins to sneak slowly through the back rooms of the facility. Eventually coming out at another shop, making a dash across the center of the mall, and making his way into the offices of the mall itself. The offices hold a lot of interesting visuals and things that will be important in the analysis of this video. We see schematics for things like streets with corresponding trees that will be planted alongside them. We see pictures of concept work for new designs and buildings to be built in the future, as well as schematics and plans for future mall locations. Eventually, Wyatt comes across a document labeled 183-719-05. This shows that there is an exit at the very top of the mall above the AMC Theater. With no other options, Wyatt presses back out to the center of the mall with a new goal in mind. However, when Wyatt makes it back to the public portions of the mall, it seems that the mall has now been lost to time. What was once an ideal manicured facility is now overgrown, rotted, broken. It's as if the mall was left to contend with 100 years of nature by itself. The mall itself had been reclaimed and rooted as if Wyatt had been in the office for a millennia. Remembering the exit on the schematic he found earlier, Wyatt tries to make it to the escalator before the giant comes rolling from behind the escalator itself. Wyatt, with no time to spare, begins sprinting around to the escalator on the mirrored side of the atrium. As Wyatt is running, the mall once again springs to life. The lights of the structure all turning on at once, as if the mall is once again open for business. As Wyatt is running, he glances to his right and catches a quick glimpse of what appears to be several giants, not just like our rolling giant, but similar, gathered together, watching him. Wyatt sprints up the other escalator, but when he gets to the top, he sees the staircase he was supposed to take for an exit is labeled as out of order. Even more awful, Wyatt turns around to see that the giant is now using the escalator. Wyatt climbs to the top of the small scaffolding, now staring the giant in its eye. In a moment of desperation, Wyatt screams out to the giant, "What do you want?" And even more strange, on top of a series of events that are already strange, thunder is heard once again, but this time as the lights flicker, we see several animals and people laid across the ground. As soon as this is over, the giant charges at Wyatt. Wyatt quickly jumps from the scaffolding onto a large support structure along the ceiling of the mall itself. Wyatt turning around to see that the giant had crashed into the position he was with such force that the concrete is now crumbling around him. Wyatt looks over across the ceiling to see that there is another exit across the support beams.
There you go,
Carefully
get
and
another one.
precariously, Wyatt begins to slowly inch his way around to the opening. As he does, he looks back to see the giant now
I am
traveling back to
listening
the
to
center of the
something
room.
called
Wyatt gives one
Wendigoon.
last look to the top of the escalator where we last saw the giant,
No,
only now
Afro!
to see this weird stand in the giant's place. Wyatt
not
balances
allowed.
himself along the rail right before the opening.
Stop.
Lines up the jump,
No.
but right before he can take the step,
Damn it.
the beam gives way and Wyatt falls to his death.
I'm watching something called. Sorry, I'm responding to someone that messaged me.
We then cut to
I'm
Wyatt's
watching
body.
something called Wendigoon.
We know that it's Wyatt's body
and
because that's
he
Kane's
does
body.
great content.
And Kane plays Wyatt,
And
and
this
after the
is,
suffering that
the
Kane put me
oldest
through,
view,
it's
a
nice to see
monster
him
of
dead
memory.
on
It's
the
like an
floor.
ARG.
Wyatt is lying on the ground in a
he's
forest that
just kinda,
seems to
like,
be the
talking
same
about
forest from Renewal. We know this because everything is black and white, except for once again, the greenery of nature around him. Rolling thunder can be heard once again as the giant watches, and the video fades to black. With that, we have the ending of The Rolling Giant. The Rolling Giant is by far the biggest piece of the puzzle we have thus far. There's so many questions and clues given to us at the same time. What does the art studios mean? What's the forest within the mall? Why the pictures of this bearded man who weirdly resembles the giant itself?
I will
What
check
is the
that song
giant
out.
itself? What is the value?
Sure. 1 second.
And the greenery of nature around him. Rolling thunder can be heard once again as the giant.
Yo, this is a banger. Let's go. This is such a banger, Lexi. Thank you. I love shit like this. This EDM is up my alley. High octane farming. Oh, I'm saving it. This is great. Thank you. Yo, we got a rare. Rare. Let's go. Drop the rune. No rune, what a bitch. Keep going.
music by Chris Becker and Paul Thomas. This is Burlong.
Okay. I'm gonna let it autoplay. Why not? I'm in the mood for it. this, like, war-bound shit I don't need. Now that I have more space to spread out, it's a little bit easier to express myself in space. Back on the flat. Give me the fragments. Wet. Got a nice little farm of the iron. Number 3, let's go. 3 of 7. 4 more. Oh god. This is gonna take forever.
That's it for the Vonix sessions for this week. I hope you enjoyed the show. Until next week, I'm Paul Van Dyke. Bye.
Drop the things. Move the stuff. Yo! Fastest one I got yet. Let's go. I'll be right back. Refill time. Drink 5. Hurricane up in this bitch. Let's go. 3, 4. 1, 2. Hurricane! Let's go. We got another. Blessed. Like the rains down in Africa. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, I just got another! We are so back! We are so back! High pitch! Woo! Without having to go back. Yeah, I should go back. Almost midnight. Goodbye, 2024. You sucked so much ass. So much butt. So done. And so ready for a new year. Let's go. Let's go. Vincent Van Gogh. Yo, look at that gavel. Minutes to saying goodbye to this shitty year. Let's go.
Group Therapy with Above and Beyond. That there was Orchidea and Chris Becker with Mind Rave. I mentioned earlier in the show that I'll be embarking on an album tour soon across North America in honor of my forthcoming solo album as POS called Deeper Tales. We'll be kicking things off in Toronto on March the 16th, and I'm hitting clubs in places like Chicago, New York, LA, San Francisco, Miami, and more. If you want to come and party with me, all the details are on the Anjuna Beats website. For now though, here's another track from my POS alias. This one was written on my sailing boat in Malta last summer, and this one is called Thunder and Sunshine.
be honest. That sounds more like gunshots than it does fucking, whatchamacallit, it does, fireworks. It's not.
Just to hear a song. Group therapy with Above and Beyond. Have you ever been in love?
Woo! Woo, we done, boys and girls. GG, good luck. Yo, I'm out of here. Alright, I could go into the next farm. Let's go.
Group Therapy with Above and Beyond. The one and only Simon Doty there with Have You Ever. It's the latest single from his upcoming debut album Universal Language, which lands on April the 28th on Angina Deep. Vinyl fans, you can pre-order an orange vinyl copy of it now on the Angina Music Store. The preparations are well underway for the Group Therapy Weekend there at the Gorge this year. If you missed the memo, we're returning there from July the 21st to the 23rd this summer. Alpha 9 will be joining us, as well as Andrew Bayer, who's planning an epic back-to-back with Matt Zoe. We got Casablanca, Yotto, James Grant and Jody Wistinov, Ilan Bluestone, Simon Doty, Tin Liquor, and so many more great artists joining us. But back to the music now, with a track from last week, from Irishman David Brothers. This is called Even Full.
Record of the week. Record of the week.
Well, as you may have heard, I'm bringing back my solo alias POS this year, and my album called Deeper Tales is coming out later this year as well. And what's even more exciting is I'm doing a tour in March, hitting places like New York, Toronto, San Francisco, and many, many more. So tonight's record of the week is the result of a jam session in LA with my dear friend Spencer Brown. It's from the latest double A-side we've just released this week. It's called Polar Bears and got its name as Spencer made the vocal by reading about polar bears with his bad German accent. I'm so excited to one day show you the album in full. But for now, here's Polar Bears. Let me know what you think.
Group Therapy with Above and Beyond. Record of the week.
drop it. Let's go fishing. Thunderous. That was fortuitous. Alright. I got the music too loud. I can't hear the splash. I missed it again. Alright. I literally can't hear it or see it.
Valley View Mall. Why do any of these hyper-specific things matter? All things we'll talk about soon, but for now, let's finish the story. One thing I want to mention is the odd podium we see above the AMC Theater at the top of the escalators, right before Wyatt falls, is actually the rolling base that the giant itself sits on top of, and there will be proof of this later. Life of a Giant was posted on December the 2nd of 2023. Now, this one's interesting, and pretty much confirms a lot of my theories I'm going to talk about in the analysis segment, but I don't want to give it away too quickly, so we will come back to this video later. For now, I want to go on to what is, at the time of recording, the last video in the Oldest Few series. That video is Dispersal, posted on April the 11th of 2024. We open on a shot of what appears to be the same black wooden door that Wyatt first entered the mall through back in beneath the earth. While staring at the door, we can hear the ending of the Rolling Giant, specifically the part where Wyatt is trying to escape before he falls to his death. Upon Wyatt's death, it seems that something in the mall changes. The door pushes back to reveal to us a dark forest. We then see a shot from the opposite angle, from within this dark forest, pushing into the bright light of the mall. With this, we suddenly cut to a clip from the Dallas Midtown Project Conference, which has to be so weird if you don't know where this is going, but we'll stick with it. Conference is being led by a man named Scott Beck, and around him we see several blueprints and plans for a new mall at what appears to be a sort of groundbreaking meeting. From here we cut back once again to the dark forest and once again to Wyatt's body. From this we fade into the image of the empty base of the giant that again we saw at the end of the Rolling Giant. Or if you're reading the wiki, we see the image of two umbrellas. I don't know who writes the wiki, but we should pray for them. From here we see through the darkness that a crack of light begins to form. The crack grows and grows until it illuminates the face of the Rolling Giant. And we suddenly cut once again to the ending of the Rolling Giant, the third video of the Oldest Few series. Everything plays out the same. Wyatt is panicked, he's working his way across the high beams above the mall itself. Wyatt jumps off the beam in the nick of time and finds himself in the staircase leading up. He looks back to see the mall still the same behind him, the only difference the A and AMC now hanging, and without a moment to spare, begins to sprint up the stairs. He runs and runs through the darkness before we cut to an overhead view of the forest he has now escaped back into. I spoke earlier of how Kane is a brilliant effects artist, how he is a brilliant writer and a brilliant director. And this scene really highlights the directing portion. The music that is being played during this, the panic of it all, the uneasiness, the way the camera is so put off and distant from Wyatt, but still slowly pushing in on him, increasing the claustrophobia, giving this sense of urgency, the time is almost out. Wyatt runs as fast as he can to get back to his car and escape the horrors he has witnessed. But as he does, we receive a message. Text on screen appears that reads, "Anatomically, modern humans have existed for approximately 300,000 years." For another message follows that says, "Recorded history accounts for roughly 1.6% of this time." This statement, of course, leaving us with the horrifying question, then what have we forgotten? Wyatt makes it to his car and the car starts. Comedically, Every Time Around by Vansire is playing on the radio. Wyatt quickly pulls out his phone to see that his maps aren't working. Perhaps Wyatt thinks he's still inside of some kind of structure. Maybe he's not out of the nightmare, only to be relieved when he sees a car pass him on the road. Assumedly safe, Wyatt begins to calm himself before he seemingly drives back to civilization. However, it seems that perhaps no one is safe, as the last shot we have of the oldest view, at least up until this moment, is a POV shot of someone accelerating down the road. However, this doesn't seem to be Wyatt, as the only audio we can hear is the very, very loud noise of the giant rolling. Meaning that, presumably, the giant has somehow gotten out of the mall and is now running down the roads to either find Wyatt or do, I don't know, something. But either way, it seems the giant is free, and that is terrifying. And with that horrific image, we have the end of the oldest view. So, what was that? The change in the narrative is strange. At once Wyatt died, but now he didn't. But why? Well, I have some theories for that, but none of them will make sense unless I talk about what I think the series means up until this point. See, Kane does a great job at hiding his hand whenever he makes a story. We saw that in the back rooms, and we see it here with the oldest view. There is clearly a goal, an objective, an end point in mind, and he's very careful about how he drip feeds that information to the audience. The oldest view is confusing in all the different pieces it lays out at once, but it's consistent enough that you know the pieces fit together. The bearded man in the forest at the beginning of the series, forest and greenery imagery making its way into the mall and the giant being underground, it all feels like it fits too much. And there's a reason for that. Everything we see in the series can be traced back to one cohesive thesis, even the title of the series itself. You can all trace it back to one idea that Kane is working off of. As a matter of fact, you can trace it back to a single picture. This picture, to be exact. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. So let's start at the beginning, with a man named Julian Riverchin. I promise this is going somewhere. On August the 3rd of 1837, a man named Julian Riverchin was born in France. And no, nothing I'm about to say is within the universe of the oldest view. This is all real history we're talking about. Julian and his family would immigrate to Texas near the city of Dallas. Julian Riverchin became a botanist and very quickly excelled at his work. Julian documented the Texas frontier and a lot of new plants that had not yet been cataloged. As a matter of fact, his work was so influential, it was used by institutions like the Smithsonian and colleagues of people like Charles Darwin. He had a tremendous effect on the world of botany and our understanding of ecology within the United States. However, as people often do, Julian Riverchin would eventually die, passing away in 1905 of Bright's disease. Because of his work in the field of botany, in 1950, a nearby park in Dallas, Texas, was named after him. The Riverchin Park for a while was seen as a hub and delightful place to visit in Dallas, until suddenly it wasn't. A lack of funding in the 70s led to the park falling into a state of disrepair, and people began to avoid it. That wasn't until in 1998 when a group of people began a project called the Riverchin Roundup. This effort by volunteers cleaned up the Riverchin Park and made it into a once again admired space. But why does any of this matter? Well, that group of volunteers would form a group called the Friends of Riverchin Park. And in 2011, the Friends of Riverchin Park would join the Bridge-O-Rama's Parade of Giants for the upcoming Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge opening. This group of volunteers dedicated to not only maintaining the park itself, but the memory of the man whose name inspires it. The idea of this Bridge-O-Rama event was that famous figures from Dallas and Texas history would be made into statues and showed off at the bridge's opening. So who else would the Friends of Riverton Park pick to be their statue other than Julian Riverton? They teamed up with Kevin Obregon, who over time built the giant. And on March the 3rd, 2012, the statue of Julian Riverton was unveiled at the Parade of Giants. His cardboard face was full of great detail, and his eyes showed care and depth to their features. His hands, quite poetically, were made of grass and flowers, fitting of a botanist who excelled in his field. And now, over 100 years after his death, long after he had been forgotten in many of the minds who benefited from his work, the image of Julian showed its face in Dallas once again. For a while after the parade, the Julian statue was shown in the Dallas City Hall before it was eventually moved to the Valley View Center Mall. There, the statue would remain for several years, back among a series of art studios and next to a painting of a giant octopus. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who have memories of the tall, bearded, rolling giant that they would see at the mall on weekends. There were other giants from the Parade of Giants featured in the mall as well, but documentation from the mall's history isn't great. And at some point, it seems the giants were removed. Or at least, all the giants besides Julian. Perhaps because his construction was a lot more precarious than the others, the outstretched arms, I'm sure, caused some difficulty with transportation, as well as things like the flower hands or the heavy head, which even fell off when Julian was originally featured back in 2012. For whatever reason, when the Valley View Center Mall was shut down in 2022, Julian was left inside. It seems that for whatever reason, they just decided not to bring him out. In the final pictures of the abandoned Valley View Center Mall, it seems that, much like the area around him, Julian's been left behind. And in the early videos we see of the mall's demolition, it seems the giant was destroyed along with it. The final remnants of the mall's history being the abandoned rolling puppeteer stand left in a demolished building. The demolition of the mall, as well as the giant, finished on May the 23rd of 2023, which is the same date we see from the trail camera Wyatt used before entering into the mall for the final time. So what does all of this mean? What on earth is Kane going on about? Well, we really don't have to guess, because he told me outright on a live stream. A lot of you were probably there.
So I guess I'll start from the beginning with some context, and I haven't officially really talked about this even on my own server, so this is sort of like the inside scoop. I mean, a lot of people have figured this out on their own by now, but essentially there was this one image that I found a couple years back. I think it was like summer 2021. Let me get it for you. This image like freaked me out so much, or at least like punched me in the gut really hard when I first saw it. I just saved it on my computer. It was like compelling. This was way before Backrooms. I sort of came back into contact with this image and decided to like started getting really fascinated by it again. And so I started reverse image searching it, figured out where it came from, and then started going down the rabbit hole. I found some other images of it online, some very limited ones, because it's absurdly obscure. At the time, you couldn't look up Rolling Giant and really get anything. The only way I was really able to find images was by looking up image tags for Valley View Mall, like people tagging their photos from like 2012 on Instagram. This statue was created by a Dallas artist, Kevin Obregon, who I have since all this has happened, like I'm in communication with him. I was talking to him earlier today. In the beginning here, it was, I can't even explain how surreal this was. I and a couple others in a small little Discord group chat, like we would just spend hours and hours, like over our winter break, just scouring the internet for like any and all traces of this guy. And slowly we built up a library of like around 40 images. I think we sit at around like 50 today.
Finding this one image of the giant inspired so much. Why is there a huge, super detailed cardboard figure in the middle of an abandoned mall? Why does it look like that? Why is the mall being destroyed? What does any of this mean? And it sent Kane looking, and what he found was a story. A story of someone who is so admired for what he did to nature that Monuments of nature, from parks to statues, are still built in his honor. And a name that sadly, especially if you're not from the Dallas area, you've probably never heard of before. A name that meant so much to a few people that they built a giant. And even the giant was eventually forgotten. I mean, what does it mean to forget something? The effects that Julian Riverton had still exist, sure. His work still lives on in the work that built off of it and came after. But what does it mean if we forget who put it there in the first place? I think the mall, the rolling giant, everything that Wyatt came across is a physical manifestation of forgotten memory. Think about it, when Wyatt makes his final venture into the mall, it is after the mall has been completely destroyed, the remnants of the giant and everything around it shoved into a black hole, into a void of what we write down. When Wyatt's in the mall, it is physically beneath the earth, buried to where none can find it except by happen chance, just like Wyatt did. Or perhaps, I should say, just like Cain did. I mean, Wyatt's played by Cain after all. Just as Cain so happened to come across an image of a giant that led him to all this discovery, Wyatt came across a hole in the earth that led him to the discovery as well. I like the mention too where Wyatt says he had a botany professor he was friends with. It's almost like the effects of Julian Riverton. A botany professor surely would base himself off some of the work that he created, that his legacy is surrounding Wyatt in ways Wyatt doesn't understand. And at the end of The Rolling Giant, the story of Julian ends. Julian, who was once a botanist, once acclaimed, once a park, all that has now been lost. All he has left is the giant, and that legacy has been lost as well. Now we have Wyatt, an individual who is thrusted straight into the memory that everyone else has forgotten, and he dies with it. That's why in the final shots of The Rolling Giant, we see Wyatt dead in the forest, black and white, forgotten like the land around him. And as a matter of fact, that forest has been representative of lost memories all along. Remember the bearded man this whole series started with? The guy walking through the woods, sitting on a log and writing something down? I said it before, but it means something now. That man is, of course, Julian Riverton. He is relegated to this forest, a land of memories. And then later on, when it's come Wyatt's time to die, the only memory that's left over is that of the giant. Julian has been forgotten in a place of forgotten things, and only his visage of the rolling giant is left in remembrance. Too much time has passed, and only shapes of what used to be are left behind. So it seems the giant was the last piece that Julian had to the real world, and now that's gone too. Because with Wyatt's death, who's there to say anything about it? And that idea, the concept of forgetting someone, forgetting even the things made in their honor, is tragic. And that's what the video, Life of a Giant, is about. Life of a Giant is simply a slideshow of pictures of Julian, to pictures of the giant, to pictures of it now forgotten, played to the tune of Please, 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 Let Me Get What I Want. Kane showed this video to me when I was watching The Rolling Giant on stream with him, and I think it's what put the nail in the coffin of this series never leaving my mind. What went from just an abstract, strange horror story that something kind of scary and something cool to think about became something more. For those who have been watching the channel for a while, you'll probably remember the House in the Ocean series as part of the Monument Mythos by Alex Kasanis, or Alex Kansas. The original idea with the House in the Ocean is it is a series that exists in your head. It was available for a while, but much like a lost loved one, it's now gone. So it's still real, at least it's still real up here, even if we can't touch it anymore. And that is the exact same way I feel about this stupid cardboard giant. It's so strange. The giant went from something I was afraid of to something I feel so sorry for. All the time and effort and work that was put into it. That, sure, there's still plenty of people alive who were a part of the project and, you know, remember the pieces of it, or people who were at the Valley View Mall who still have a memory of the giant in their head. But the giant itself is gone, and Julian is gone. And now there is just people who speak of what used to be. And eventually, they'll be gone too. And sure, in the grand scheme of things, of humanity, culture, science, whatever, this one giant doesn't really matter, right? But with how our memory works, how collective we are, every thing that happens to us informs another thing that happens later. How can we afford to forget anything? I think I know how Kane felt seeing the image of the rolling giant alone in the mall, because it's the same way I feel about it now. The giant once meant something to a lot of people. Julian once meant something to a lot of people. And even though they're not gone by any means, when you look at that picture, it's like you can watch the memory fade. And that's where a lot of the kind of misery of the series comes from. You are looking at a story after it is finished. The story you are watching is about one you can't remember. But there's also some hope in it as well. In the forest that we see the series open on, as well as several other scenes like Wyatt's death, we see that everything is black and white except for nature. Nature has always been here, and it will never be forgotten because inevitably it has to win. Julian dedicated his life to the knowledge and preservation of it, and in that way, he is immortal, at least by the work he made. As the images of Julian and Wyatt and the giant itself become black and white, they become faded and distant, the nature around them is as green as ever. Much like when Wyatt steps back into the mall, it has been overtaken. The Valley View Mall now, much like the giant, is relegated to memory. And while the image of the mall Wyatt finds himself in at the end of the Rolling Giant seems to be faded and empty, the nature that survives it is now back more than ever. There's something hopeful to be said in that Julian invested himself in something permanent, so now in a way, he is also permanent. I think about, too, as Wyatt makes his way around the escalator, how, at least from what it appears to me, we see several other giants that were in the Parade of Giants as well. Each of them have their own story and memory that, much like Julian's, is being forgotten. What effects did they have? What mark did they leave on our culture that we'll never forget? Julian's is easy. It's nature, it's all around us, it pervades everything. But what of our other giants? What of other people who have been forgotten that are well worth remembering? But at the end of all this, Julian is just one piece of an almost infinite puzzle of those who have come before us. How many stories and effects are out there that we'll never remember, that truly have been forgotten to time? It's daunting to even consider. But the hopeful thing about the Rolling Giant is Julian isn't one of those stories. And I know I've spent all of this time talking about how he was forgotten and even the giant in his honor was forgotten, but that was all up until the Rolling Giant. Because think about it. You're watching it right now. Yes, at the time the mall was destroyed, it was forgotten, it was dead, but now it's back. The audience that has accumulated around the oldest view is... Do you love me? Do you need me?
Rap battles of history. Ed Sheeran versus Julian. Begin.
Interesting, to say the least. But if there's one thing you can say about them, it's that they're dedicated. I have never heard of Julian Riverchin before The Oldest View. I knew nothing of his life, of his contributions, of his legacy, but the fans that have formed around this Kane Pixels internet series have made sure to change that. There's now a website called rollinggiantarchive.com that is a catalog of all the information I talked about and more regarding Julian Riverchin, as well as the giant itself. Something that was dead, a memory that was buried deep in the rock beneath the earth, is now out for all to see. And I think that's what we see at the end of the series. See, initially Wyatt was dead. He goes down to the memories hidden beneath the earth and perishes with it. That is until dispersal, when something changes. Dispersal opens with us seeing Wyatt's death replayed and the forest open once again, the void of memory where things that are forgotten truly go to die. But the mall doesn't go into it. Instead, we see Scott Beck, one of the leaders in construction at the Valley View Mall's replacement, the Dallas Midtown, talking about the new exciting structure that will be built in the Valley View's wake. The pictures and images that we see of this are the same ones scattered across the walls within the offices seen back in the Rolling Giant. Even though the Valley View Mall was destroyed, even though by the time Wyatt comes across it, it's nothing, it still has the pieces of what will be later. The mall is filled with images of its aftermath. The Midtown would never exist
had it not been for the Valley View Mall. Just as so much would exist, like Wyatt's botany professor, perhaps, if it had not been for the likes of Julian Riverton. The schematic that shows the correct way to get to the mall's exit, 1837-1905, is actually a date, 1837 to 1905. The life of Julian Riverton. Not only that, but a document mentioned above, 1973-2023, is another date, 1973 to 2023. The total years of existence of the Valley View Center Mall. It's with this, perhaps, that the giant dies, that with Wyatt's death and with now a new Dallas Midtown being placed in the aftermath of where the giant once lived, that he will truly be forgotten forever. It was, of course, until Kane Pixels came along. Kane came across this whole story of the giant, of Julian, of everything that was being forgotten to time, and dug it out of the ground. I think that is what we see when we see the image of the crack appearing and the light shining across the giant's face. What was once buried is now being dispersed back for whatever we'll do with it. Effectively, the legacy is now given a second chance. And I think that's why in Dispersal, we see that this time Wyatt lives. See, Kane could have came across the rolling giant, the image that he saw, and done nothing with it. The piece of himself that was curious, the piece of himself that was interested, the Wyatt, so to speak, could have gone into that memory and died there. But Kane decided to make the series. And with that, Wyatt is allowed to live. Wyatt comes out of the earth, and with this fortitude, with this determination, he escapes. He makes it back to our world. And because of that decision, the giant is now reborn. There may be a lot of memories and a lot of people who have been lost to time, but Julian Riverton is not one of them. And there is such a hopefulness about that to me, that the very fact the series exists, and I think the series itself, because if I know Kane, he's going to be really weird and meta with it, I think the series itself shows symbolism of how it brought the giant back, about how it created something new out of the memory of what used to be. Because when we build so much off of our thoughts and where we've been, how can we afford to lose any of our memory? And I think that's what the oldest view is. Memory. Like quite literally, I think the term the oldest view equals the word memory. I believe the oldest view can be seen as the fear of forgetting. Julian was once a respected and remembered man, but as time passed, his existence faded. Years later, his image would be revived in the Rolling Giant, but much like the Valley View Mall, a thing once loved by many, the giant and Julian with it would be forgotten again. The themes play a lot into diminished monuments like ruined buildings and forgotten landmarks. I think Wyatt stepped into a manifestation of the past, things that used to be, and perhaps the giant simply wants to be remembered. And to me, that's what the series is about. That's what all of this is. But that's not where the horror comes from. I posed the question at the beginning of this video. What if we're forgetting something? What does it look like? And perhaps the most terrifying question that the oldest view asks is what happens when it comes back? I think the reason the giant was so terrifying during the Rolling Giant is because it is corrupted. It's not Julian. We saw what Julian looks like when he's in the forest, when he's in the land of forgotten memories or whatever. We see that he is still human, but then after Wyatt's death, we see that Julian is now the giant. Unless they're two separate entities, the memory of Julian has become something else. Remember that scene when Wyatt was about to escape and yelled, "What do you want?" And we see flashes of people, a horse, animals, all these things around the giant? I think these are all things remembered. I think they're things that sure may be lost, but they're still in one piece. They're still together. And I feel the giant doesn't have that anymore. It's becoming something else. A creepy concept that kind of sticks with me is at the end of Dispersal, we don't see what the giant looks like when it's above ground. Sure, we can assume that it's probably the same, but what if it isn't? See, Kane hasn't taken the statue of Julian Riverton and put it back in the Valley View Mall. He's made it into something else. He's made it a piece in a horror story. If Julian became the giant because of a forgetful corruption that allowed the image to be changed in the memories of those who see it. Because remember, the people who built the Rolling Giant didn't mean anything strange or creepy by it. But when you come across the liminal image of the giant in an abandoned shopping mall, well then you get strange and creepy ideas from it. If the Rolling Giant became that, then what does it become now that Cain has forcefully corrupted it into a monster that kills those who venture too far into its lair? What might this freed giant look like when revitalized but given a new shape? And that is something I don't have the answer to, but I'm very excited to see where it goes. There's one other piece of terror from this series that I can't help but mention. Remember how in Dispersal text flashes on screen that says humans have existed for 300,000 years, but we only have history for 1.6% of that time? Well, if Julian is the only example we've seen so far, and keep in mind, this is a guy who died in 1905. It's not ancient history. If Julian's the only example we have of what a corrupted memory can become when we forget it and it comes back, then what do you think that means for the other 98% of 300,000 years? There's one thing from the series I have neglected to mention up until now. At the very end of Life of a Giant, the last image we see is of Julian Riverton, and then we get a quick glimpse of something. This is an altar, a statue, a site, I don't know. But what I do know is Cain is setting something up. As mentioned, Cain and I are friends, or friends is a strong word. I like the guy and he likes to see me suffer. So while I was live streaming for a completely unrelated reason, Cain decides to drop Dispersal and then hang out in the live chat to see how I respond. Once it's over, he quickly sent me a link to something. And after I clicked on that link, he immediately deleted the message.
Cain just DM'd me something. I hate you. Let me finish this thought before you put me through your mind tricks. This is the music that was playing as Cain was running away there at the end. Jebel Irhoud is an archaeological site located just north of the locality known as Tilet Ighoud. Probably got that wrong. Approximately 30 miles southeast of the city of Safi in Morocco. It is noted for the hominin fossils that have been found there since the discovery of the site in 1960. Originally thought to be Neanderthals, the specimens have since been assigned to Homo sapiens and, as reported in 2017, have been dated to roughly 300,000 years ago.
I think this starting point, this very first place of humanity, is something we catch a glimpse of with the image of this altar, this abstract pyramid of sorts. I would like to mention, for one, the construction of this altar is very similar to the atrium within the Valley View Mall. This could just be coincidence, although I don't believe in those with Cain, but at the least it could mean something as to how we're building the same structures over and over without knowing where we're getting it from, without knowing the reason we do the things we do in the first place. Once again, forgetting our own history. But I think it relates to where the series is going, something I don't know yet, but I have a guess. If the giant is what is created when we forget the memory of a single man, then what happens when we forget entire cultures? What happens when memories we have left to rot and fester beneath the ground are shot with life and brought up to stand with us again? What does that look like, and what will they be? And that's what I think The Oldest View is getting at. I think in future episodes of the series, we are going to see not only the giant, but other things brought up from nothing. I think in future installments, we will see not only the giant, but other things that we have forgotten come back with a vengeance. Now, I, for one, cannot wait to see it. And hopefully, you can't either. I'm sure a lot of you have seen that Kane Pixels is working with A24 on the production of a Backrooms film. I'm excited for that for several reasons, but one of those being, as Kane continues to make his way into the industry, I can only imagine where the scale will go with some of these projects. I don't know when we're going to see the next episode of The Oldest View. I think it will be a while, but I think when we do see it, it will be worth the wait. That, or he is going to wait for the moment I post this video to drop the next episode. In which case, I take back every nice thing I said. He's a hack, monstrous even, and doesn't deserve a platform. Yeah, all jokes aside, The Oldest View is one of the most interesting and thought-provoking series in or outside of horror that I've seen in quite a while. And I'm so thrilled that I got to talk about it to you all today. And hopefully you're at least a little thrilled to hear about it. And if you are, that's really cool, and I appreciate it. And I just want to say thank you for watching.
Kane is not only a fantastic creator, but a fantastic friend as well. It means a lot to know someone who isn't only kind and good-natured, except when it comes to making me hurt, but also someone who is such a unique creative mind. I truly feel, not to just gas my guy up, but to also do that a little bit. It's rare to look at someone and know that they are going to be somewhere special down the road. And I have that opportunity with Kane, and it really does mean a lot. Also, a massive thank you to Kane for making the audio that was used in the intro of this video. No thanks for titling it Iceberg Boy. For those that don't know, the reason people call me Iceberg Boy in every comment you've ever seen now is because Kane called me that during a live stream once. So thanks for also making the audio that I have to credit in the description and here the same thing. Really means a lot. But for real, thanks to Kane for the track. The music does go hard, and you'll hear it periodically in my videos from here on out. If for some reason you decided to watch this video before you watched the oldest view, you shouldn't have, but if you want to check it out for yourself now, there's some nuance and maybe some stuff I didn't talk about that may change your mind or give you a new theory of the series or what have you. The link to that will be in the description. Check it out. Kane certainly deserves it. The series really is amazing, and I'm happy to see it getting the traction it deserves, even if part of that traction is due to me screaming at a cardboard statue. But, you know, suffering for art or something. Once again, go check out Kane Pixel's channel. Also, the merch, as well as the pin set, is available for a limited amount of time. Get that at the link in the description while you can. And also, if you're interested in coming on the Stalker Tour and haven't bought tickets yet, do that now because I'm about to leave for the tour, and also there's not a lot of seats left. So get in on that, also in the description while you can. Thank you all for the support on everything. Thank you all for waiting on this video. I know a lot of you guys have been asking for it for a while, but the oldest...
Hello. Welcome back to another episode of I'm Employed. What does this mean? Listen, TikTok might be going away. However, where else are we going to get this type of delicious trash? I don't know. I really hope these people migrate over to another app or something because I can't stop watching. And you know what that means. I have to make a video about it so that you also need to know about it, okay? Basically me just dumping all of the nonsense that's in my brain onto you so that I don't have to deal with it anymore and I'm not alone. Hi y'all, here on my channel, we are not familiar with people who are unhinged and their unhinged opinions. And you know, and I know, it's basically the equivalent to our trashy TV. It's really entertaining. But unfortunately, for some of us, we have people like that in our personal lives and it can be pretty hard to deal with. Many of you are familiar with my crazy Uncle Reggie. Thanks to today's sponsor, Uncle Reggie has been a little bit less crazy. And that sponsor is Ground News. Ground News is my go-to news platform developed by female former NASA engineer Harleen Kaur to give readers an easy, data-driven way to keep up with the news. The app gathers related articles from thousands of sources around the world, allowing me to easily compare how different outlets cover the exact same story and gives context on the source of each of those publications. For instance, speaking of the algorithm gods, a recent study discovered that Twitter, also known as X, their algorithm changed in July to boost right-wing accounts. Ground News found over 20 news outlets covering this story. 50% were left-leaning, while 33% were leaning right, and then obviously the difference being center-leaning. Below that, you can see the factuality breakdown, which of course is my absolute favorite aspect, as well as ownership, which obviously that's very important. 50% of reporting outlets are independently owned, like this headline from The Verge that reveals X's algorithm now loves two things: Republicans and Elon Musk. Y'all know we love independent journalism over here, and I of course do think it's important to consider the source, as I say a lot on my channel. And we should question everything and research everything. However, we don't need to put our tinfoil hat on just yet. Keep it in arm's reach, but like we don't need to put it on yet. Instead, you can go to ground.news/cc or click the link in my description box. And if you sign up through that link, you will actually receive their limited time offer of 50% off of their Vantage plan, which is the one that I use. And that gives you unlimited access to all of their amazing features. So thank you again and Ground News for sponsoring this video and being a continued sponsor of my channel. Now back to the video. So if you've watched my videos before, really over the past like few months, and then also if you are a listener of my podcast too, then you probably know about Adriel Sigler, also known as Vegan Riz on TikTok. She is obnoxious, the worst. I can't stand her. She's absolutely disgusting. Has had so many different controversies. I will try to remember to link some videos and podcast episodes down below that go over all of that for you. But she is just awful, a horrible mom. Sounds like I just called her. I mean, whatever, girl. If the horrible self-tanner fits, babe. And guess what? It doesn't. What shade is that? Deck stain? Methinks so. So Adriel Sigler is, like I said, a horrible mom, wears ugly hat, in my opinion, a perpetual liar. I mean, I can say it in my opinion all day long. However, it's been proven that she has lied so many times. And I have multiple videos on my channel about that. And then many podcast episodes that, hey, I have on Here for the Clout, or, which is my podcast, you should go subscribe to it, or the Do We Know Them podcast as well has talked about it. So many people have talked about it. Now, Adriel, Clout Goblin, obviously. But one thing about TikTok is the more engagement you get, it doesn't matter if it's negative. The algorithm is going to push you out to more and more and more people, right? That's just how that works, unfortunately for all of us. So that rage bait content really pays well, again, unfortunately for all of us. And with that, the insane world of live battling and live streaming on TikTok, just honestly the laziest content out there. Like, you don't have to research anything. I mean, you could, but you don't have to research anything. You don't have to edit anything. You don't have to do anything. There are some people out there who, yes, put work and money into their live streams, or like actually provide a service or entertainment or anything. I mean, I guess you could argue that Adriel Sigler is entertainment, but no, she's not. Adriel does not do anything like that. She, in my opinion, just begs for money, and it is awful. But people will go live with her because, where was I just looking? But people will go live with her because they know that if they go live with her, they will make more money, and it is good for engagement. And unfortunately, she knows that too. However, Adriel has been outed previously for, how do I say this without getting demonetized? However, Adriel was recently exposed for posting to Reddit a long time ago and saying that she had a crush on one of her middle school students when she was a substitute teacher. People researched it and looked around apparently, and reportedly had confirmed that she was fired for, I guess, like sending pictures of her dirty pillows to like minors, which, hey girl, don't do that maybe? That's weird. Those are literally, those are your kids' ages. What are you doing? Wild. Anyways, so of course nothing has happened because TikTok doesn't really censor almost anything and won't delete her from the app, which is really unfortunate, obviously, but hey, what makes the world go around? No, baby, it's not love, it's money. One of the people that Adriel goes live with consistently, or rather used to go live with consistently, is a creator called Ness the Kid. Now, Ness the Kid is quite an interesting character in his own right. Now, nothing quite makes me feel like an old like watching something like this.
Stop playing, man. $1 million deal, too icy, man. Put it in my side, man. What it in my sight?
Kazoon tight. Like, was he just sneezing? What? I don't understand what that was. He sniffed his finger. He said something weird. What's with the Dr. Seuss looking Horton Hears a Who chain? Like, what's going on with that? With all the things this kid posts, like, listen, he's like 24-ish or 23, something like that. He's about to have a kid himself, apparently, but I am just going to refer to him as a kid because, hey, I'm an old, and it's in the name, right? Has this little guy never been told that, like, hey, if you're posting like this on the internet, you're probably going to get robbed? Apparently he has gotten robbed. All a gimmick, whatever. And speaking of a gimmick, what we're talking about today could be a gimmick because people are outraged, happy, surprised, I don't know, that this guy, Ness the Kid, or Alex Karen, if you will, is now exposing Adriel Sigler for being an alleged racist, for being an abusive mom, for being pedophile, for a lot of things. And he has apparently a lot of screen recordings, a lot of receipts, and all that jazz. So let's go ahead and watch a few of that.
So we can have phone.
Well, you know she has a crush on you.
It's so much more than that.
What? You hate me, but you want to fuck me at the same time.
Yeah.
So why did you... That's a next level of petty, Adriel. That's a next level. What did I even do? I didn't do shit. What? I shouldn't talk to you anymore. Ooh, I don't get why we can't just be friends and, like, live battle and run up a bag together.
Because I fall in love with you.
All I'm gonna say, chat, I can't play this next video, bro. Just be ready. Just be ready tonight, bro. Just be ready tomorrow night at 8:30.
Was she on something when she was probably she had the you know where?
No, she was completely sober at that point. She was completely sober at that point. I would say the worst is the video of her saying some stuff about her kids. I have to be very, very careful on live right now.
Okay, well, just tell us that.
Adriel has a lot more to worry about than getting cool with me, having custody of her kids. I think that was going to be her main worry for now. Yeah, no, it's going to get insane. I have actual phone calls.
Actual phone calls of what?
Of her saying this stuff to me. Like, a lot of the other tea is speculation. This isn't speculation. This is like cold, hard evidence. A lot of the other stuff, and that's a whole reason why nothing has really happened to Adriel. I'm on live right now telling the truth, exposing the truth about Adriel Sigler. The video is about to be posted while I'm on live. Everyone join the live right now. The truth is coming out to light with proof. What was with the snow on the bar last night?
That was not true. Stop.
Be a snowman.
That is literally like no reflection. Why are you doing this on a live stream? Like, that's not even a funny rumor to make up about someone who has kids. Like, and you're over here laughing? Bye.
Hey, I told y'all I would do that, bro.
Now you could say all day long, like this person did in the comments, that all these things are taken out of context. I got a question. What context could be added to her saying that her son can't date black girls? What context could be added to that? Saying my son has a black girlfriend. What's wrong with that? He can't date black girls. Why? Like, what context could make that better? Like, what would be the missing context there? There is none. Because the only reason that you wouldn't want yours or approve of your son dating a black girl would be that you don't like black people. Like, they're literally, I don't understand what context y'all are thinking here. And a lot of people are saying, oh, well, this is a gimmick. Don't get me wrong. He's getting some clout for this. However, I don't understand how she would think that this would add to the longevity of her career, which it's not a career, it's her digital panhandling. But still, it's very, I don't know. I don't understand how people would possibly think that she'd be in on it. Then again, I didn't think that her response to being reportedly exposed for being a pedophile and being fired from the school that she worked at for doing whatever with children, reportedly. I didn't think that her response to that would be dressing up like a schoolgirl and doing karaoke in her living room. What do I know? I never know how this lady is gonna respond or react, or if she's in on it. Now, unfortunately, as long as TikTok is around, I don't think that Adriel Sigler is gonna get her account taken down. She's been exposed for like crimes, you know, and she's still here. So as long as TikTok is around, I think that she will still be around as well. Do I love TikTok? Absolutely. As a viewer, as a creator, I hate it. Crazy how I can get 1 million views on something on Instagram within a day, not even, and then that same content on TikTok get 600 views, or not even, which the algorithms are so different, so I understand that. It's just frustrating as a creator to try to grow on TikTok, and it's a strange world over there. But as a viewer, I love it. And I think that the algorithm over there is much better than on Instagram. On Instagram, on my For You page or Explore page, whatever, I keep getting AI babies. And I don't want to see these AI babies walking down runways or on hospitals, and it's spooky, and I don't like it, and it's real scary. I don't see that stuff on TikTok. So yeah, I don't know. But hey, for the Ash Trevinos and the Adriel Siglers of the world, I hope that they, you know, get out of here. So also regarding Ness the Kid, like I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole with him because I was just like, what does this kid do? I don't understand. I went to his Instagram, and on his TikTok, it's just like he live battles constantly. And then on Instagram, very confused about it. But then again, hey, I'm employed, and well, I'm employed by myself, and I am making a video about it. So I don't know. I'm too old for this, okay? I'm very confused by him, but he's just giving like, please rob me right now vibes. But then also he just looks so young. Like he looks like he's like 18, if that, which he's not. Apparently he's like 22 or something, but it's just so strange to me. And I was like, okay, how is he, like all of that cash can't be just from, you know, live streams and stuff like that. So I was looking more into him, and I was like, oh, he has an OnlyFans. Okay. But then like looking more into that, I did not pay for it, I promise. No, gross. Not sex work being gross. Sex work is real work, definitely. Having a successful OnlyFans is definitely real work. That is content creation. That is a lot of engagement. However, looking at like pictures of him, listen, everyone's got a type, I understand, but like he seems very infantilized. I would kindly appreciate if everyone who subscribes to his OnlyFans, if they could like be arrested or investigated, I would really appreciate that, because I don't get it. Someone commented on one of his Instagram posts, and they were like, the fact that people pay for this guy's OnlyFans is unhinged. And if he was acting like a, you know, an adult, then okay, but that's not what's happening there, is it? Anyways, he's about to be a dad though, so congratulations to him and his girlfriend. I wish nothing but the best for, you know, their baby, because, you know, that's an innocent human. And that his girlfriend has a successful and pain-free birth and pregnancy and all that, right? Okay. So not only has she been exposed for being a reportedly, allegedly pedophile, for being fired from a teaching job at a middle school where she showed allegedly children pictures of her dirty pillows, but then also potentially child neglect, inappropriate relationships with multiple other minors, being a clout goblin in general, but also now reportedly being racist and potentially like physically abusing her children, and just generally like treating her children like it seems like. And also like being like a colleague too, you know? That's not someone who wants, like, who would want to work with you. And if you make more money doing live battles, like, who's gonna want to go live with you if you're like constantly like starting and like the gimmick only worked like for so long. All of that has been exposed, and she's still here, unfortunately for us. But unfortunately for her, I am over here on YouTube. And so if she tries to come over to YouTube, I will, you know, continue to make videos about her. I don't know. I'm gonna do that no matter what she does. Because it's fascinating and the worst, and it just sucks, and I can't stand her. Anyways, so I hate it. Why is she so orange? I don't know. I guess like report her to TikTok. I don't know what you'd report her for. Like, is her just being a slimy human? Like, is that against their their terms of service? I don't know. Let me know in the comments below if there's any other topics you'd like me to make videos about. Let me know as well in the comments below. And stay spicy. I appreciate you so much. Thanks for being you.
Yeah, that lady's gross.
I have failed you all. I have been fully made aware that I am not fit to lead this guild, having died a dog's death. And I am not level 60. Currently, as of typing this, I am a level 19 warrior. As punishment, I will step down as guild leader until I once again reach level 60. All rules that are in place will stay. But the new acting guild leader has the full ability to add, remove, and change them as they see fit. The tribute ceremony will be led by the new GM. Add-on management will be ran by the new GM. All drama and complaints and suggestions go to the new GM. All recruitment goes to the new GM. All punishments are done through the new GM. Every responsibility that is involved in being GM is going to GM. Until I once again reach level 60. I could pull it, but I know everyone wants to be Tyler. So I am doing nothing anymore. I am done with all of it until I'm 60. So my notes, I don't need anymore. Tribute chest, nope. Done with all of it. Reading comments. Send it. God help us all. Let it roll. Now, I'm going to say that this decision I'm making, I have given it very little thought. I haven't had time to. I spent all last night rewatching my death over and over, reading comments, hate comments mostly. And I said I'll sleep on it, but then I couldn't sleep. So here we are. And we're just going to send it. I don't know how it's going to play out. He's Guildmaster. All right. That's done. I said I was going to potentially do it. I'm doing it. Good luck. Tyler's coming with new rules. I am actually going to listen in. I'm curious.
My favorites. Everybody in the world is not created equal in life. We will make that in the guild as well. It's not created equal. If you've benefited me in some way, you've helped me, you've been in a dungeon, you've given me a tip, you've given me a trick, blah, 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 you'll be rewarded. Anything you need. Okay, no auction house. None of that cringe shit. We're not doing all the rules. None of the cringe auction house, trading, or anything that shit. But if I can make it happen, I'll make it happen. Okay. So wait, let me see real quick, because it's actually pretty important, because I need to know if rule number 1's already gone. Hey, I don't need bars anymore. I just need transmutes. Perfect.
He's taking all transmutes.
Perfect. Diamonds? Anyway, move on. I will play favorite. Next rule. Next rule. We had an off-stream death yesterday. And for content, I wanted to react to it. So, I opened up the Discord to the clip channel, went to the death channel. Not one person in the 10-man dungeon was streaming.
Oh my god.
Not one person. So, I could not react to that death for content. Level 60 died. Apparently, he jumped off the edge. Not on video. Nobody has the video. So, new rule. At least 2 members... I want to make everybody stream, because everybody, like, doesn't do it. Like, I get it, but... You know, what should we do? 2 out of the 10 people, 3 out of the 10 people, if you're in Ubers, must be streaming. And if it's caught out that you ran a 10-man group without streaming, any of you? 10-man G-kick.
I want someone to fuck up.
Let's say a bystander in Thingsley sees 10 of you go into the dungeon.
I want him to be met with a situation where the chat demands a G-kick and he doesn't want to do it because he feels bad.
G-kick.
I want that to happen. I want to see what he does when he's met with that.
That's fair! It is a content server!
He can say these rules, that's fine. But will he enforce them?
But I need a number.
He will. I don't think Tyler's like a mean person. I think
they signed up for content.
That's when his persona is going to have to like take a backseat and he's going to feel really bad. We'll see.
Okay, so it'd be, I like that. That's good.
Maybe he will. Just
party
alphas across the board is not going to be like it's hard to fully actually G-kick someone.
Not met all G-kicked. Yeah, we're cooking. We're cooking. It's not a tyrant! Bro, it's not a dude, this is what needs to happen. These people are pussies. I don't think Soda Pop emphasizes enough the content word. Boo who? Next. First of all, I should have done this first. Run the dungeons. Soda Pop made it a point, or Nathan, in the last tribunal, whatever let's call it, meeting. Which, by the way, never mind. I'll say it in a little bit.
Oh no.
When we get there. People not running dungeons, blah. Honestly, low-key, we got Ompy in a dungeon. Ompy, you're never in a dungeon. What the f? I never see you in dungeon. So, like, low-key, I think that's working. That little message, but let's say it again. We need to start giving benefits and punishments for people who are level 60 or not dungeoning. So if you are level 60, you are forced to dungeon a day. Give me a number. You are forced to do a certain amount of dungeons every single day. But actually, okay, it's holidays. You can have a rain check. So you.
How is he gonna enforce this? This is gonna be a lot of.
One day a week.
Be a lot of labor.
Use that pass not to dungeon that day. Plan accordingly. Plan accordingly.
How is he gonna calculate all this?
You must do a certain amount of dungeons every single day. Let's see. One is too low. That's an hour and a half. I'm sorry, I don't give a shit. Again, the content server. An hour and a half? No. I'm thinking like 3 dungeons a day. If you're level 60. If you're level 60 right now, you're not bad. I'm thinking 3 dungeons a day. Minimum.
Oh,
is that? That's like 5 hours. Okay, 3 might be too long. Maybe.
Everyone's question marking and he's backpedaling now.
Those monsters have treasure.
1's too little. It has to be 2. Has to be 2. Has to be 2. That's 2 hours. Okay, no, how about this?
Backpedaling
How about
still.
this? The dungeon doesn't matter. So you could do a quick Rin run. You could do arena runs. That'll count. That'll count. That'll count. That'll count. Because that's more like people log in.
He's
get
thinking
the whole party ready to do arena runs. Well, you'd be like, well, Tyler, they're just gonna do 2 runs and then log off.
They're
No,
already there.
because they would have gotten that whole group together.
He's right about that, but
So
regardless.
they'll feel bad only leaving after 10 minutes and then them having to invite somebody else, right? Unless a 5 stack of 60s all agreed. It was like, yo, you guys want to do a quick 2-man Rin run to like bypass it? And if you do that, you're G kicked. You're G kicked.
All
5 of you.
I'm waiting to
caught,
see him pull the trigger on these G
You're G
kicks.
kicked. Because you have to be streaming it. That's fair. That gets people into dungeons.
Big muscles, big head.
Not now. Okay. That's fair. 10 dungeons per week? No, bro. No, because everybody's gonna do it all in one day and it's not doing it. No, that's dumb. Nope, terrible. I like daily. We need people playing daily, not weekly. That is the problem. Because let's say everybody does it Saturday and Sunday. That means Monday through Friday, the dungeons are dead. Because everybody's going to log in on Saturday, Sunday to do it. No.
Oh.
So what I say? I forgot what I just said. 2 dungeons a day. 2 dungeons
Nice, I got
a
one.
day. Parentheses, arena, rind, runs allowed.
Oh my god.
What'd I say?
Oh, he wants me to do this Piznik shit. That. Oh god.
Somebody remind me what I just said.
Is he losing his train of
One
thought?
day off,
I've been
okay,
there.
yeah.
This is why I use a notepad and I write things down before I try and talk to people. Because it is really easy to lose your train of thought.
The hall pet?
So currently he will play favorites, halting all Lionheart Helm resource and transactions until I get mine. So he's funneling all resources from
That's
warriors
fine.
to him.
Because I thought about it. 2 to
You
3
must
are
have
fucking
someone streaming in every group,
average dungeons
or
are
everyone in the group gets G kicked. I think it's 1/5. You must run 2 dungeons a day if you're level 60. But you have 1 hall pass that you can use per week, so you cannot play for 1 day of the week. No 5-stack cheese allowed to speed run.
This guild is about to not even have enough people do the first trash pack of MC?
Okay.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Like these are all good rules. If
Yes,
you're
people might leave, no, but like, wait, I am allowed.
I just don't know how he's gonna enforce it.
Recruitment.
Yeah, he's allowed recruitment.
All drama and complaints and suggestions will go to the new. That's fine. You don't want to be here. I promise you, I can find people who do. That's fine. Yes. This is like like college football and like NILs and shit. You don't want to be here? Fine. Fine, leave. Oh, true. Actually, one more second. Okay. So I'm the war chief, first of all.
They got that shaman too. Nice. Group of 3. We'll take that.
This guild's saved. This guild's saved. This guild's saved. This guild is saved. It's saved. If so, like I told you guys, I'm getting sick. Right? I am. I'm actually sick. Let's say I have a sick day. Erop221 is officially second in command. If I'm not able to show, if I'm not responding, if I'm busy, send all inquiries to Erop221. Make Azeroth great again. Azeroth, whatever it's fucking called. Anyway, folks up. At the end of the day, arena runs allowed. You have to get 1 pass a week to get out of that day.
Are we in
Unless dungeon 6-7 days. It's like a clarification. No 5-stack cheese allowed to speed run. G kick if caught. That's fine. That's fine. Wait, no, level 60. There's a day at level 6. Wait, maybe I should make it not 6. No, 68.
Okay.
I was thinking, I'm at level 60. Level 60, but what about the lower levels? What are the dungeons? I don't think we have a low level. Low level is kind of hard to find in dungeons. You have to like go at it. I don't know what you guys think. 60s only or all levels?
He's thinking about making all levels required to do dungeons. I'd have to play with randoms. He's debating. Like it's too hard to constantly find a group for a dungeon at like every level.
They don't log in. That means no account sitting. No account sitting. No account sitting. Wait a minute. No, wait. I got an idea. You are allowed. Okay, wait a minute. So I'm just thinking. Okay, people are gonna that are scared to play and risk their characters' lives in dungeons. They're actually just gonna do 2 win runs a day. Actually, don't care. So maybe we should only allow win runs like 3 days of the week, or like 4 days of the week.
How is he gonna track this? I don't. He's not. I mean, I get it. I see what he wants to go with, and it does make sense.
Arena.
It's a little much. I think a lot of people are gonna hate this and be incapable of doing it. But I see where he's going with it.
Too many rules, brother. Have you?
But how is he gonna track this? Is he gonna go through every run? Because like, sure, they're streaming, but last OnlyFans, this is why I had to do everything automated. Because like, I couldn't track everything. It's not possible. Viewer police.
Perfect. Mod speak. Okay, listen.
I guess the people who stream are gonna get. Yeah.
Make their money from RPing.
Like people who don't stream can just not log in. Just don't log in. But then again, maybe he'll G kick them. Maybe he'll make an example. I don't know. We'll see.
Listen, I don't care. Let him RP. Not around me.
Don't you
f***ing dare RP around me. They can RP all they want away from me.
No RP around me.
All that, whatever. In game, do not RP. Fuck that. Not around me. Excuse me. Okay. Talk about the Hubert. Wait, I don't think Hubert's in our peer. He told me that's how he actually talks in real life. So technically, that's not RP. Anyway, Now, what I'm going to talk about later is tribute chest, because he said I do that, right?
Mm-hmm. You are doing the tribute chest.
Oh God, did you give Tyler control?
Mm-hmm.
This guild will burn to the ground.
Or it will thrive.
Punishment for RPing around me in game.
Punishment for RPing around me in game. Oh my God.
What are the punishments now? He had like cool shit. It's not G kick. I'm not an asshole. Let's say that I fly in to Orgrimmar and people are already RPing, and then I stumble upon them. Like I'm just like walking to the bank and they were already RPing, and I walk in. You're still getting punished because you dare RP around me, but that can't be like that's too toxic.
Does Tyler control Vulpies now?
No. Mods are mine. However, he can coordinate with. I can set him up with the group chat with Yazpad and Mocktail and all the mods. Or add-on.
Should we add taxes? No, taxation's theft. I'll never add taxes.
I'm not gonna say they're gonna help him. It's up to them.
Taxation's actually theft.
I don't have a
Link for 3 minutes.
What are the
already
odds
have
he's
an
clueless
IRL
enough that someone gets him to
Just make all the
/G
punishments a
disband?
Do all the punishments just need to be
So
IRL?
be it.
No, I can't do that. Oh my God. A punishment could be. Remember we watched that Mizkif video of where his punishment was he had to like run and touch like a portal or something? A dangerous portal?
Well, that's because he was low level.
Give me a punishment like that.
He wants a
Or
punishment where people
or like
die?
How me and Geronimo were doing, or gonna play that game where you jump close to the bridge.
He wants to do jump tests? Oh. Uh-oh.
Something like that. That's harsh. Don't RP. Maybe that is a little harsh for RP. You're right. Actually, this is RP. You're right. You're right. We'll save that for like cheating. Well, cheating, you're just gone. But like suspect drama shit. You're right. We can make it a tax, actually. What's up? 100 gold. 100 gold tax for that's fine.
100 gold tax? What?
100 gold are... 100 gold? Yeah, 100 gold. 100 gold.
Does he have his, does Tyler have an epic mount yet?
Okay, what are they talking about before I got caught?
Yes? Okay.
You're right. RP is content. True. And it's a content server. You're right. That's fair. See,
Oh, he's backing up.
I'm up for recommend. You're right. It's an RP server. 10 gold. No, because then people don't care. 20 gold. 30 gold. 100. People look at us like, yo.
At some point it would make sense to invest in an actual candle. Hello everybody. Once again, we are back for another spooky video, and this time it will be a little different. I have come down with something, potentially the coof, probably not. It might be the coof. This one is going to be more of a read along. I'd rather you go in rather blind to what the subject is, but I'll have you know it is about the stairs in the woods, and more specifically, stories relating to a specific search and rescue ranger and his encounters with them. I want to say before I begin, thank you all for watching. I'll try to get through this with my sore throat, and we'll see how it goes. Patreon thanks will be at the end as usual, but once again, just thank you guys for watching. give some context for this, it is a line of stories told from the Reddit thread, "I'm a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service. I have some stories to tell," which the link to the original post will be in the description below, but he talks throughout the story about Wendigos and missing kids cases and other creepy stuff that I may cover in the future. But for now, I just want to highlight the parts about the stairs in the woods. So in the first section, it's the first time he mentions it, so I'll just start there. This is the last one I'll tell, and it's probably the weirdest story I have. Now, I don't know if this is true in every search and rescue unit, but in mine, it's sort of an unspoken, regular thing we run into. You can try asking about it with other search and rescue officers, but even if they know what you're talking about, they probably won't say anything about it. We've been told not to talk about it by our superiors, and at this point we've all gotten so used to it that it doesn't even seem weird anymore. On just about every case that we're really far out into the wilderness, I'm talking 30 or 40 miles, at some point we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some, and the other officer just told me not to worry about it, that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing, and I wanted to check them out, but I was told, very empathetically, that I should never go near any of them. I just sort of ignore them now when I run into them because it happens so frequently. One of my first jobs as a trainee was a search op for a 4-year-old that had gotten separated from his mom. This was one of those cases where we knew we were going to find him because the dogs were on a strong scent trail and we saw clear signs that he was in the area. We ended up finding him in a berry patch about half a mile from where he'd been last seen. Kid wasn't even aware that he'd wandered that far. One of the vets brought him back, which I was glad for because I'm really not good with kids and I find it hard to talk to them and keep them company. As my trainer and I are heading back, she decides to take me on a detour to show me one of the hot spots where we tend to find missing people. It's a natural dip in the land near a popular trail, and people will usually move downhill because it's easier. We hike out there. It's a few miles away, and we get there in about an hour or so. As we're walking around the area and she's pointing out places she's found people in the past, I see something in the distance. Now, this area we're in is about 8 miles from the main parking area.
I'm probably gonna